Good evening, everybody. Actually, late afternoon, and welcome to the regular board meeting. It is May 27th, and the time is now 5:05. And I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I'm going to ask our student board member, Mr. Remy Javidzad, to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Remy. Can I get the motion to approve the agenda, please? Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. Mission and Vision, Mr. Benjamin Bakshian, would you be so kind as to read the Mission and Vision? And followed by Sarah Zhang to read the Community Pledge. Thank you for being here.
Here at BHUSD, our mission is educational excellence, and our vision is that our students will realize their full potential to thrive with integrity in a complex, changing world.
Thank you.
Our Beverly Hills Unified School District Community Pledge is the BHUSD community acknowledges that in order to achieve educational excellence, we must act with integrity and respect for each other and our learning environment. Therefore, I pledge to model civil behavior and respect in all communications and in public while maintaining a culture of honesty, listen and acknowledge differences of opinion, do my part to protect an inclusive culture in which we honor the relationship between all school community members, and honor our learning environment, including how we take care of our schools and personal property. By holding ourselves and each other accountable to this pledge at all times, we will promote an environment of educational excellence that will allow our entire BHUS community to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. Congratulations. Thank you. I would like to get a motion for the approval of the agenda, please.
I move to approve today's agenda.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Manicherry. I need a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Stern. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you very much. Passes with one vote for the student. And now we will move on. Oh, I'm sorry. We will have a report of the closed session. Was there any action to report on, Dr. Chernis?
Yes, the board voted to approve settlement agreement with employee 00000260068. The motion was made by Trustee Manicherry and seconded by Trustee Stewart. There were 5 votes in favor.
Thank you. And now I would like to call Mr. Tim Ellis and to the front with the swim coach, Ahmad Hosimi. Is Ahmad here?
Ahmad's not here.
Okay.
Well, there's 3 of us, so anyway, it's my honor to introduce Marshall and Harrison Smith. Marshall and Harrison were our 2 swimmers that represented Beverly Hills. Had a flashback moment there. Beverly Hills High School in the state swim meet 2 weeks ago. Interestingly enough, there are 1,200 high schools in the state of California, and we were fortunate enough to have 2 from our high school go to the state swim meet in Fresno, California. Marshall on my left was in the 500 free, and he finished 24th out of, I'm not sure how many there were, but the fact that he made it there was amazing. Harrison was in the 500 free also, finished 8th in that and 4th in the 100-yard butterfly. So those are amazing things for these young men to accomplish, and I wanted to make sure that they got honored properly. On behalf of Beverly Hills Unified School District, there's a little certificate for you. Thank you much. Harrison, thanks. Harrison has accepted a scholarship to Arizona State University to swim for the next 4 years as well. So congratulations to these 2 young men. They've done an amazing job for us. Thank you.
back next year, you're gonna win the championship next year.
Okay. We'll come to you guys.
No pressure, no
No.
pressure.
Get 'em.
You're tall, so be in the middle here. So you're around.
Where's Remy? There's Remy. I meant Colby. Oh.
Colby, Remy,
Are we okay?
Am I in the way of anybody?
No, sisters here. Yes, perfect. Right here. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Wow, those things are wonderful. Those are things you're lit to hear. And now I'd like to call up our Beverly Hills High School teacher, Marla Weiss, who has some awards to give. I hope the students are here.
I'm just here to introduce two students. About 5 years ago, I ran into an alumni, Jen Levy, who had started with two other alumni of Beverly Hills Unified, a community garden called the City Greens Community Garden. And I'm going to let the kids talk a little bit about City Greens, but I, as an AP biology teacher, I said, let's put one of these hydroponic towers in my classroom, and so we did. There are now 5 towers at Beverly Hills High School. There's 1 tower at the middle school, and we're hoping that we are going to grow this program a little bit. It became a club. As a sophomore, the 2 students who are going to come up kind of took on starting a club, and it's really a great program. We do education, we donate produce, and I'm going to let them talk a lot more. But anyway, Sarah Zhang and Ben Bakshian.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Benjamin Bakshian.
And my name is Sarah Zong. And we just wanted to thank everyone for your continued support of the Beverly Hills Community Farm. The funding we received this year has really allowed us to expand this program, like Ms. Weiss mentioned, into a club and with so many additional hydroponic towers within our school district in the high school and the middle school. So today, kind of like as an end of the year, since we're graduating as well as seniors, we wanted to share with you guys about all the activities and accomplishments that we've been able to achieve through this club, as well as why we think that support for this district's partnership with the Beverly Hills Community Farm should be continued in the future as well.
So, for those of you who don't know about City Greens, it's a high school-led club that connects Beverly students with the Beverly Hills Community Farm, BHCF, through the use of in-class hydroponics towers. Through this program, BHUSD students at the high school and middle school have had the incredible opportunity to learn about and engage in sustainable farming through caring for and harvesting from hydroponics towers in classes throughout the high school and middle school.
And just as a personal touch, I've really seen how these hydroponic towers have been able to kind of spark curiosity and interest within each and every one of the classrooms they're in. Throughout the 2 years I've kind of been running this club, I've had so many students come to me saying that they saw this amazing tower in their classroom and wanted to know like what club was running it and how they could get involved in taking care of it. And that's how a lot of our team members start off, is just with that initial fascination with the hydroponic towers in their classrooms. So like with these towers so integrated within the classroom setting, BHCF really helps raise significant awareness for human impacts on the environment, and also provides a really viable solution for any negative consequences, because hydroponic towers are so not easily, but they're really accessible, and you can buy one for your home, and that contributes to a more sustainable way of farming and agriculture.
Additionally, the City Greens Club fosters a safe and comfortable environment, allowing upperclassmen to mentor younger students. Additional funding for BHCF would empower students to manage the towers independently, gaining hands-on experience in sustainable farming and diversifying their educational environment.
And lastly, we wanted to add that BHCF is really dedicated to community service as well. So all of the produce that we have and harvest from our towers are donated to local organizations like the Menorah House, which is a senior retirement home within our community. And in the future, we have plans to also collaborate with food banks and homeless shelters as well. And just for me, I still remember the first time that we drove to the Menorah House, personally, and we were able to hand deliver bags of the produce we grew from our towers to a bunch of the residents there who requested them. And at that moment, I really felt so grateful for the City Greens Club, as well as our partnership with BHCF, because it really gave me a way to connect with my community and to give back to the community that I've lived in for so long.
In conclusion, BHCF offers more than hydroponics towers. It provides a supportive community where students can explore new interests and seek guidance. It shows students firsthand how alternative gardening methods can revolutionize our relationship with the environment. And finally, it benefits both the senior living communities and the Beverly Hills High School students by forging connections and teaching students the importance of kindness and generosity.
So by supporting and funding the Beverly Hills Community Farms, we're really investing in our students and community, and we're nurturing environmentally conscious and socially responsible individuals. And just as a little bit of future goals and plans to look forward to, we want to have an entire container farm in the district in the near future. And with this container, it's essentially this huge truck with open space in the back, and you would just have walls of all of these small lettuces and other produce that we can grow. And it's a really cool way of, number one, being sustainable, but also interacting with agriculture in a hands-on experience. So yeah, for all of those reasons, we sincerely hope that the board will be able to continue this mutually supportive relationship with the community farm that as they have in the past, and we truly believe that it is an incredible opportunity for students and the community.
Finally, thank you to this Board of Education. Sarah and I are, fingers crossed, graduating in 3 days. And looking back on my time in the Beverly Hills Unified School District, I am filled with gratitude for everyone who has made these years some of the best of my life. I know that each and every one of you on the board has worked to make BHUSD the amazing, loving, supportive community that I know it is, so thank you. Looking forward, I can't wait to see the wonderful things our community will accomplish in the coming years.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Well, I think we need to say, you can't go away yet. Wait, we have some words for you. Please come back. I'm sure the board has been super impressed and wants to tell you their thoughts. Remy.
I've been able to see all of this in the classroom, but it's really great to hear what you guys do behind the scenes and how you were able to donate it, like Sarah said. And it's just great all that you do, and thank you for doing it and making sure all these plants are being grown, and thank you to the teachers who are taking care of them as well.
Thank you.
Russell.
Just want to say how impressed, I mean, I thought I was getting a presentation from an international nonprofit, not from 2 students. So you both are so impressive. I know you guys are going to big schools. It's just a testament to how fantastic our teachers are here, our students are here, and the programs that we have available, and what you've laid the groundwork here for kids in the future is just phenomenal. So thank you for doing what you're doing, and we're all going to be sorry to see you go, but the universities that you're going to are gaining such incredible new students, and you guys have such incredible futures in front of you.
Thank you so much.
Mrs. Manicherry.
Yeah, thank you. I echo all of that. Can you explain to me the size of the hydroponic towers? How big are they?
So the hydroponics towers, and I didn't know how in-depth we wanted to go, they're about 6 feet tall, and they have 20 different ports, right? There's circulating water running through the center, and they don't have any soil, right? So we add our own nutrients in, and the plants grow like in a rock wool medium in the water. And then there's lights attached, so everything about the plants are like enclosed in this one space, and they're just in the back of the classrooms. The lights are on after the students are there, so it's less distracting, but the plants pretty much just grow. We refill the water and we put nutrients and pesticides, but overall it really just does work just like that.
And then there's no irrigation system, you're watering it?
So there's a basin at the bottom that we fill maybe once every 2 weeks, and then the water is pumped. It's plugged into the wall, and the water is pumped up and then runs down over the roots so that the roots can get the water they need.
And then because of the lights, you're able to grow. You don't need to be outside of the sunlight.
It can be indoors or outside.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I was thinking about changing our whole fields construction program because of this. And now I know that that's not necessary. This is really spectacular, and thank you for sharing with us, because then we can connect the dots in other ways, whether it's for our youngest students. We have a little bit of farmland at El Rodeo, and so it's really amazing to see this. And maybe we have to connect our high school students with more of our elementary students. So
Honestly, yeah, it's really interesting because I got introduced, and Sarah as well, through AP Bio. And I remembered learning about like some of the things, apical dominance. Miss Weiss is gonna laugh. But we grew peppers, and we grew kale and lettuce and peas, and all of the things that we learned in class. You could really like see it just in the back of the room.
Yeah.
So it was really, really cool to see firsthand.
even for our culinary department. I mean, there's so much that can be done
we
with
can grow
this. So,
sage and
yeah.
mint and all of that. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, and thank you for your hard work during your tenure here, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yeah, so I think it's absolutely fantastic. As a matter of fact, I toured the high school and I walked into the classroom that has it. And I didn't know what it was, so I was looking at it, and it's huge, 6 feet tall, you said, and the water is kind of very soothing. So it's like a waterfall. It lightly goes through, it waters the roots. You could see exactly what it's doing. I was there when the lights were on, so I was getting blinded. So I like that you said it's only on like after the students are not
Usually
there.
it's on from like 4 p.m. to like 7 a.m. So it's actually at nighttime. Since it's indoors, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But we can leave the lights on at night, and it wouldn't bother the students as much in the daytime.
So is it in one classroom for now? Like I happen to see that in that classroom. That's where it's at, right?
So yeah, we have 5 different towers in 5 classrooms at the high school, and then 1 tower at the middle school.
Yeah, I think it's great because it's clean. It's this, it's in one location, and the students can see exactly how the plants are growing instead of
A lot. The community farm owns this container
How
and
much
is looking
is
for a
each
home
one?
with
I
if
know
you
it's a
want
lot
Jen
because
Levy, yeah.
The towers are, if you have them inside, you need grow lights, and so they're around $1,000, and if you have them outside, 700.
Oh, so it's not that bad.
No, they're not.
I thought it would be
And
more.
the ones we've had in the classrooms, this is now our 4th school year with the same tower, so it's an upfront purchase, and then each year you either buy the seedlings or we start the seedlings in class for those towers. And also, even though the club is really helping
Well, I would like it to grow and spread into elementary, middle school. That's fantastic. Thank you.
We also, just to give a shout out to BHEF, because we did get a teacher innovative grant this year that helped fund all of the consumables that we needed this year, as well as, maybe, did we buy a tower? Maybe we might have funded a little bit more with the BHEF grant that we had gotten.
BH does that every year. BHF gives that grant every year, and that, I'm thrilled to hear that. Okay,
Thank you.
A few things. Great job. So who's taking care of the plant over the summer?
So the way the plants grow so quickly, it's not like we can have one grow season, because outdoors, usually start them in the spring and then you harvest around summer. But since it's indoors and we can really regulate how much light and the temperature, obviously it's inside, we can have multiple harvests per year. So we usually first semester we started and we got, I think, 1 or 2 harvests of lettuce. The first semester, 2 harvests. So we, over the breaks, usually we start them before the breaks we start them and we plan to harvest before the break starts. And then afterwards we start new seedlings. So the fact that they grow so quickly really allows us to have plants like a lot of the time.
And then another question is, how do you feel you will take this skill or this experience over to your post-secondary education? You guys are off to college next year. Any idea if it's going to influence your major or?
Yeah, so funnily enough, I mentioned the hydroponic towers we have in some of my college essays.
Oh.
For the Stanford application, write a letter to your roommate about like what they would want to know about you. And I was writing about how like maybe we can, if it's possible with the dorm situation, we would love to have a hydroponic tower in the dorms.
Did she write back?
It's a hypothetical roommate,
yeah.
but that is something, because it's so compact, you can really have it anywhere. And the skills you learn about taking care of plants, that's really applicable if for anything, there's just the responsibility and the constant taking care of it and checking up on it. I think those are skills that I've taken away and that I really value, and I'm sure Ben values as well. But yeah, going forward, I would love to continue to be involved in hydroponic towers, and yeah.
And just quickly, I wanted to point out that I think Sarah and I are both going into the sciences as of now.
Makes sense.
But it really does, like, the stuff you can learn from these towers really can apply to a lot of different things. For example, we do have a tower in the AP Human Geography class, and the differences between conventional farming and this green revolution, we're shifting a lot towards hydroponics. You see there is like marked decrease in the amount of water consumption. If it's all spread out, obviously it takes up less space with the hydroponics. And since there's less evaporation, you have a lot more of a sustainable green way of growing plants, I'll put it. But yeah, it really can apply to a lot of different fields.
Can I ask you really quickly,
Please.
if it's not taken care of properly, is it kind of like a fish tank that it could grow algae and things like that? Because you would think that could happen.
So that there's an issue. I mean, there is not really an issue with algae because there's a water basin that's underneath and it's kind of sealed. There's no light that can enter it. An issue with a lot of fish tanks is, there's grow lights on top of the water where you can grow algae. If there is some algae, it would be underneath, like sealed. There can sometimes be some issues with aphids, but we use natural, like organic pesticides. And so really, if you have issues with that, it's very easy to clean them out.
Yeah, and another thing to point out is that the water is constantly circulating in a waterfall, so there is no issue with like still water or anything growing because the water isn't moving. It's just constantly moving and falling down. So it kind of helps with that sort of algae situation. And we've been taking care of the towers for over 2 years, and we haven't seen any major issues with algae growth or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I've been around a long time, and I've never known about it. I don't know how this escaped me, because I would have been there to watch it, as you know. And I'm sorry that I didn't, but I'll be there next year. But unfortunately, I want to know, do you have a group of students ready for next year that they're starting to build a foundation to get it going again next year, I hope?
Yes, we do. And Jen has been great, but the club that we have at school, a lot of them are juniors that are going to be seniors next year that can take a lot of the leadership roles. And we also do have a lot of the underclassmen, 9th and 10th graders.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear. And I was going to mention the BHEF, but Mrs. Weiss came up and mentioned it. I think that it's fabulous that you're getting support for them. Was there any desire at any time to do an experiment of crossover with, like, the Mendelevian thing? Did you ever try anything like that? I saw you shake your head. I guess I'm getting an affirmative. What happened?
Me and my friend, it's kind of a joke, me and my friend Oliver Shemtov has been talking about this for a long time, about how we wanted to try crossing 2 peppers to make the spiciest pepper. But yeah, we did grow peppers, and we were able to cross-pollinate them, because in the classroom you don't have, like, the pollinators, obviously, you don't have the bees and butterflies and stuff. So a lot of times you do have to pollinate them, but for the most part, if you don't want to, you don't need to, but it can help a lot of the time. So that was something.
I just wondered if that would have been something
we
that
did,
would have been,
yeah.
as a scientist, would have been curious. Well, I want you to know this is an amazing report, and thank you for sharing it. I think it has made a greater interest in the community, and to get the kids who are coming in from the 8th grade to maybe start to do this. I think they should be approached with that possibility, that that's a club and they may enjoy doing it. I just want to thank you for sharing tonight. It's been wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time.
Now, we have something that I decided that I wanted to do a long time ago, but unfortunately couldn't put it together right away because it was not something that, there was too much going on with a lot that happened since I started my presidency, but this is something that I've always had on the back burner that I wanted to do, and I got one ready tonight thanks to Mr. Kobe Galardian, who's been working with me. So, since I started teaching in the district, I knew everybody. For years, I was around so much, I knew everybody in the district. But now I go to a school and I don't know anybody. And I thought it would be fun for me to meet some of the teachers. So I worked with, I stopped?
Unmute your mic.
Oh, thank you. I hope they got it. Well, this is something that I really wanted to do for many years, and that is to go around and meet the teachers and let them tell me who they are and so on. And with the help of Kobe Galardian, who I gave the idea to that I wanted to do it, he said, we can do it. Well, Kobe can do anything. So thank you to Kobe, we're going to see the first Mrs. Marcus Meets tonight. Are you ready? Good afternoon, Mr. Pinto, and thank you for joining me on the Mrs. Marcus Meets. And I'm trying to do this to get around to all the schools. So I would like to know, what is the one time in your life, the pivotal moment, where you realized that you really wanted to work with kids?
When I was finishing up my professional career and I was on stage doing West Side Story, just something in my core rang in me like a bell. And I said, I know I'm done here and I must go on to the next stage of my life. And I knew that was teaching.
We just finished doing The Addams Family, which, as far as I was concerned, was phenomenal. Okay, and I would like to know, how did you get those kids to portray their roles? What did you use on them to come out in Gomez and Wednesday and Morticia? How did you get them to create their character?
A lot of exercises, a lot of improv, a lot of practice, of course. I always like to work towards the students' potential, believing in them before they even believe in themselves.
So what do you enjoy most about being at Beverly Vista Middle School?
I love Beverly Vista Middle School primarily because it offers so many diverse just opportunities for the students. And of course, I love the arts, and the performing arts to me are vital in education.
The memories that they will have, that they were on stage. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's about the experience and the memories that these students will have for a lifetime. If I go down, like I just went to lunch with a colleague, and there were 3 students from the high school who were graduating and said, Mr. Pinto, El Rodeo, and they were in my kindergarten class. And I sang with them, and they remember me from the Winter concert moment. So they have those memories ingrained in their minds and their hearts, and to me that is so special.
I want to thank you for being with me and letting me get to know you. Although I do know you, I want the community to know how special you are.
Thank
because
you.
you are a star.
Thank you
and
so
I want to
much.
thank you again for everything you do for our students. It makes, I come to the performance and I fell for all of them. And I want you to know that I hope that I get to see many, many more performances in the future.
And we're grateful for you too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Love you.
Yay.
Thank you. I just want to say, if there are any teachers out there that are watching tonight and would like to be a victim of mine, and that would like that I could get to meet you, as I said, the purpose of this is to meet teachers that I haven't been able to meet, because everybody that I know and known all the years I've been here are gone, and I'd like to meet the new teachers and get you to know them as well as I can get to know them. So if you would know of anybody that wants to do it, please have them contact Colby or myself, and he will arrange it. So thank you. Any comments?
I wanted, to say great job. It's such a smart and good idea to do all this, and also how Mr. Pinto, how he was sharing about how the students who are graduating were able to come up to him and like reminisce of all the memories they had. That's also the same with me. Mr. Pinto was my kindergarten music teacher, and other years as well too. And I remember all like the winter singing, different all the stuff we did there, and it was just nice to think back and see how far he has grown and how far he has gone, and now he's at BV and doing all these shows, and it's just great to see all that. So it's really remarkable to see how you're sharing that.
Anybody else want to make a comment?
I do. Goodness gracious. Mrs. Marcus, you're a star. That was phenomenal. I just think that putting a highlight on these teachers is so crucial, and just how you delivered it, and just your tonality, and just how you can just show your love for these educators, I think is so special, and I'm just so glad that you're doing this. So.
Thank you.
Agree with the foregoing, and I'm really glad that you interviewed Mr. Pinto. Actually, I just recently attended the Adams family, and the afternoons and evenings are hard for me with 3 kids at 3 schools, but I went with my little one to the Friday matinee, and we were all so blown away that we gave him a standing ovation. I mean, to have dozens of students up there at the same time with the characters, and to know that there was an A team and a B team, which means he's able to include how many? Over 100 students probably on the stage between over 2 days is amazing, and I understand exactly why he was your first victim, as you say, Barbara Walters.
Yes. I think it's a fantastic idea. I'm so happy you're doing it, not only for you to meet the teachers, even though you're interviewing a teacher that you know, and I'm sure you're going to interview teachers that you know, it's for the community to see and highlight how fantastic our teachers are, and just some personal, individual time to ask them questions. I love it. Thank you.
And I don't know if everyone knows that Ms. Marcus was a teacher in some capacity in the school district for 55 years. Isn't that right? I just find that, I mean, that is just incredible to me. So you are very much poised to interview these people and ask all the right questions, and I love that you're honoring them. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, time to move on. I'm going to call on Dr. Chernus. If I could, please.
Okay, well, this is an exciting opportunity for all of us in the Board of Education and Executive Cabinet and the community as we honor our outgoing student board member, Remy Javazad. So, Remy, we appreciate everything that you've done and contributed and represented as the student body, student board member. I'd like to share this resolution for you. Whereas Remy Javazad, a senior at Beverly Hills High School, served as a student board member of the Board of Education from June 2024 through June 2025. And whereas he was elected by his high school peers to serve as the student representative for all students in the Beverly Hills Unified School District. And whereas Remy Javidzad has demonstrated outstanding leadership and service in the associate student body over the past 3 years, serving as sophomore class vice president, junior class president, and student board member, consistently going above and beyond in all his responsibilities. And whereas Remy Javidzad served as co-president of the Medical Science Academy, demonstrating proactive leadership, mentorship, and a calm, kind, and mature presence while leading multiple MSA events and supporting fellow students. And whereas his dedicated service as an ASB member reflects his exceptional character, enthusiasm, and commitment to his peers and the broader school community. And whereas he served as the 23-24 and 24-25 BHHS Boys Water Polo team captain, made the first team All-Pioneer League during the 23-24 and 24-25 season, and was second team All-Southern California Division II Water Polo team during the 23-24 season. And whereas Remy prepared and delivered exceptional student body presentations that effectively highlighted district-wide events, showcased significant student participation, and provided knowledgeable comments and meaningful contributions to the board meetings. And now therefore be it resolved that Beverly Hills Unified School District Board of Education does hereby commend Remy Javidzad for his contributions to the Board of Education as the student representative, with this resolution presented this 27th day of May 2025. Congratulations.
Oh, Remy. I just wanted to start by saying that hearing Dr. Chernus read out all these accomplishments, I thought this was your retirement party. You've done so much, and you're so young. You know, I've just had a pleasure to get to know you. I've always enjoyed your student reports. Every board meeting, they've always been so impressive. And just the fact you're always a sharp dresser, and you always just have such love for your school and the community, and you've just put together such a resume in such a short period of time that success is not only in your future, it's right now. So congratulations, good luck in the future, and I'm gonna miss my right-hand man, so thank you.
Mrs. Manicherry.
Thank you. Remy, I remember our first meeting together where you asked for more seating on the third floor patio for your classmates. And I respected you from that moment till today. And I know you're gonna be really happy at USC, and they should be so honored to have you. You may not realize this, but our entire school community was waiting to see where you would land, because everybody believed that you deserved to be where you wanted to be. And I truly waited. Every couple days I was like, how about Remy? How about Remy? And I didn't want to reach out to you and put more pressure because I know it's a stressful situation, but in my heart, I was not comfortable until I knew you were comfortable. And knowing that you're going to be out there in the world makes me even more comfortable that we have students like you who are so steadfast and so comfortable in their own skin. no chip on your shoulder. You're just doing things for the right reasons because you were raised that way and you want to. And I'm so proud of you, and I hope you're not going to be a stranger. Please come and visit us. Thanks.
Mrs. Sabag.
Remy, first of all, we're going to miss you so much. You are just a light in this board, in this room, and every time you bring your reports and everything to the table, we adore you. I think every single one of us adores you. You are such a gentleman. You are so poised. You are so gracious. You are so kind. You are so intelligent. And I believe you're not only a product of BHUSD, you're a prize to your parents. You're a mirror of them. You're a good soul. You're a good person. And I am so proud of you. And congratulations. And I can't wait to see the future, what you're going to do in the future. And you have to visit us. You have to come back. And we will miss you.
Those are all great points, and they all resonate with me. You are a class act, and I'm really happy that you represent the best of BHUSD, and I know you'll go far, and I can't wait to see the things that you'll do. Thanks.
So something I did not remember, and that is we have to have an approval of the resolution that was read to you. So I would like to get a motion. If I could get a motion, please.
I'll make a motion for the approval of the resolution.
Dr. Stern, thank you. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mrs. Sabag. Can I get a show of support for it? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Now it's my turn to speak. I have to tell you, when they threw the mold, when you were born, they threw the mold away. I've never met anybody quite like you in terms of your behavior, your kindness, your sincerity, your way with people, the smile, your ability to make presentations was unbelievable, very well done. And I have to tell you that the words of those resolution that was read to you, there are no truer words that were spoken than those that were spoken from that resolution. They are absolutely true. And I have to tell you, I'm going to miss you terribly, because we've developed a bond between us, as you know. Don't tell anybody else about it. But I'm hoping that we can keep our relationship in the years to come. I want to hear all the great things that you're going to be doing, Remy, because I know they're going to be great. So before I shed any more tears, I think I better stop. I'm going to miss you. We've arrived at the public comment place, comment hearing. And the first person I am going to call to the microphone is Yvette Dabby. She has 3 minutes to speak. What'd she say?
David Lucky on Zoom.
David Lucky on Zoom is
He's
ceding
ceding
time
time.
to
Nadine.
Nadine Dabby.
Oh, she's here in person.
Nadine.
Yes.
Okay, well then, David, are you on Zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on Zoom.
Thank
I
you
see
very
my
much.
time.
Okay, fine. Nadine Dabby.
So I get double the time today.
You get 6 minutes, and I see you brought your reinforcements.
Aw.
Is that you- Okay, you have 6 minutes, Nadine.
Okay. First, I want to thank you all for your time and dedication to our students. We're all here for the same reason. We all care deeply about our kids' education. I'm here today regarding the planned removal of the dedicated makerspace class in our elementary schools, and their planned consolidation. Come join. And their planned consolidation of science and makerspace, which are currently each 45-minute classes. So combined, that's 90 minutes per week of specialist science and engineering education. They are being consolidated into one 60-minute STEAM class per week. I personally believe that any cost savings from this decision will be ephemeral, at the expense of seeding our children with an appreciation of wonder, critical thinking, and the agency that comes from learning how to ask the right questions and how to take an idea from concept to prototype. As a volunteer in both the science lab and the makerspace over the years, and as a professional scientist and engineer myself, I can attest that the students were learning a lot in both classes. Different skill sets and knowledge bases that they were so excited to share with us when they got home from school. Programs like the Makerspace and the Science Lab should receive more time and specialist instruction, and not less. Today, I speak to you on behalf of over 230 parents from both El Rodeo and Horace Mann who do not want this change to happen. We've put together a petition to save this beloved program. I actually brought copies. I only made 8 of the petition, as well as the signatures as of the time of printing. I don't really know who to give this to, but I guess I'll pass them out. That would be very much appreciated. Many of the parents that I represent were unaware that this decision had been made and were upset by the lack of any communication about it. It's something that spread through the grapevine, at the car line, during the WhatsApp chats, at the baseball field. I know that a lot more parents would be here today if they could be, but it's very challenging with elementary school age children. So for example, my own son is in his baseball playoffs right now, and Horace Mann is currently having its PTA meeting tonight because of the long weekend. I respectfully ask that you reconsider eliminating these classes and the rules that enable them for the next academic school year. We're at a critical time right now. We're at the very end of May, about to get into June. I know that we are still hiring. I saw the job post for the STEAM instructor for our school at Horace Mann. And so I would really, really, really love to not see this amazing program canceled in the next academic school year.
Thank you, thank you. Your children want to say something?
Do you want to say, well, he has his own time to speak, this one. Do you want to say anything about makerspace and science? No? Okay, that's fine. We should go because they're going to call you after whoever's next.
All right.
Okay. Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you.
Are we calling on him? Is he supposed to speak?
Nico. Yeah, go next. Oh, we can stay with you. You go.
First, I'd like to thank you all for your time. I like your idea, but I also like how school is right now. I have many friends, and I love my science teacher, Miss Logue, and I love my makerspace teacher, Miss Kramer. They both love us, and I love them too. We all have their shares, and I know there are many people that like to take their role in their job. I love that so many teachers care for us and work for us hard. I have many friends and think that this school is perfect as is. And I love how you guys put this school together, put all these schools together, and make it one great, school district. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I believe Andrew Katz for Makerspace is on Zoom.
Can everybody hear me? It's a little windy where I am.
Andrew, you're on.
Okay. My name is Andrew Katz. Esteemed board members, right now I am missing my kids' religious school end of year celebration. So just want you to know how important this subject is for me. So I find that first of all, I appreciate you focusing on STEAM. I think that's a really important part of educating our kids. The most important thing is by thinking about math and science and engineering and technology and art, it increases our kids' level of critical thinking, and that's going to help them be more fully realized people and really help society. So I know there's been a push in the district to conserve money at the district level. I also know there's a push to spend more money on the kids rather than district administration, and trying to get the balance right. One way to do that is to hire more teachers. Teachers have the most direct contact with our kids. They're the ones that are, have the most direct effect on our kids' learning. And having happy teachers means having happy students. So I used to teach high school math. I taught it with a team of teachers. I was a science teacher and a language arts teacher and a social science teacher. And we each took our individual specialties and we combined them. We worked together. We created a project that all our students could work on. And we each took our slot and I taught math. The other teachers taught their social science or their language arts. And all that together helped the students become more knowledgeable and to be more engaged in their work. But it was a lot of work, even splitting things up. You know, we taught about 100 students, you know, over 4 classes. Even though I had 1 prep, it was a lot of work. It felt like I was working 25 hours a day, 8 days a week. So having one STEAM teacher who sees every student on campus in every grade, that's 5 different courses to prepare for, 100 students to see, that's a lot for one person to handle effectively. You know, and as we all know, when we have a lot to do, our effectiveness starts to wane. And so having more teachers, hiring more teachers to work together to take advantage of their different specialties so we can combine science and technology and engineering and art and mathematics. I mean, our students not only will get more direct content, but they'll get more personalized instruction. We all know what's best for our kids. Multiple teachers teaching the disciplines of STEAM, you know, maybe even giving time to work together to create and teach, you know, either according to the same theme or a project, a common project. That's going to be the most effective way to help our kids become kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for speaking.
Oh, he already spoke. Oh, that was
Okay, Zach Hassan, I believe you're here. Zach, are you here? And you are conceding time to Mr. Curtis, is that correct? Yes. Okay, Mr. Robbie Curtis, you have 6 minutes, please. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mrs. Marcus. And good evening, Mrs. Marcus, board members, and Dr. Chernus. If the BHUSD is truly sincere about returning to the days of blue ribbon schools, I ask you to consider this. Of all the urgent matters brought before this board, real concerns affecting student well-being, academic achievement, and student support, there is one that got rushed through without significant debate, and that was a branding contract. I've attended and watched BHUSD board meetings for decades, and I have never seen an item flagged to be pulled from the consent calendar, get ignored and steamrolled until May 13th. That item was the Nike BSN contract, something with long-term implications for how our schools look, spend, and represent themselves. And it was initially represented as a sponsorship, then reclassified as a 5-year partnership. I would really appreciate if you listen to me when I'm speaking. Thank you. And in fact, it's neither a sponsorship nor a partnership. And it was passed only with adequate discussion, while our board president herself, Mrs. Marcus, was disregarded when she asked for it to be pulled. That wasn't a mistake. That was a message. It was shameful and it was disrespectful. A blatant example of bureaucratic sleight of hand. And the contract was approved because of some artificial deadline. It's been my experience that when a deadline is imposed to apply pressure, something's not right. Do you honestly believe BSN wouldn't have given us the same deal if we voted on it tonight? They're a business, and no one is going to turn away a guaranteed contract. The BSN vote and the manner in which it was handled felt very much like a continuation of the Breggy administration's pattern. Ignore the process, silence the dissent, and consolidate control. What we're seeing now is an aggressive push to control what students wear, what they design, what they hang on the walls, and what they say in their public access and YouTube channels. There is nothing wrong with consistency, but branding does not replace education. We don't need brand alignment and professional visual cohesion. We need reading proficiency. We don't need to dictate color palettes. We need to empower teachers. And we definitely don't need the board managing uniforms like we're the Dodgers, Lakers, or my USC Trojans. And now it appears, based on comments made by a member of the board, that the plan is to hire a programming director to run the KBEV channel, not for student learning, but for PR and steering the message. When board members try and steer programming or direct messaging, it's not just tone deaf, it's damaging to the very purpose of education. KBEV was never meant to be a district mouthpiece. It was created in 1969 and guided by two teachers, Dusty Stiles and Romeo Carey, who have given a combined 56 years building the platform. For the last 20 years, Romeo Carey didn't just teach television production and broadcasting, he gave our students purpose and a voice. Instead of honoring that legacy, the district removed his position, reposted it with a nearly identical job description and much higher salary, so I guess we're not too concerned with fiscal responsibility. Additionally, by doing so, you are stripping students of the very opportunities that makes KBEV great. And now you're asking students to believe that they'll feel more confident if they're wearing matching Nike suits. Please, our students are more capable, confident, and more self-aware than you give them credit for. They don't need a branded hoodie to feel important. They need support, resources, teachers who are backed, not burned out, curriculum that challenges, not PR that distracts. We should be lifting student voices, not replacing them, encouraging creativity, not branding over it, and collaborating with those doing the work, not dictating from a place of image management and ignorance. Our district doesn't look good because of uniforms or logos. It looks good when it provides the best education possible and the opportunities that come with knowledge. And the more you take those away, the more obvious the agenda of some becomes. So I ask the board, what kind of district do you want this to be? Thank you, and I wish you all a wonderful summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe that makes it for consent comment right now. We have some more later on. I'd like to get a motion to approve the consent calendar minus F, G, K, and M. If I could get a motion to that effect, please.
I hereby make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus F.
F,
Were we
G.
pulling F, Sigali? Asphalt?
Yes.
Okay, F regarding the asphalt contract, G regarding the swim gym pool repair, K regarding the educational technology tools, and M regarding cash collections. Can I get a second?
I will second the motion. Can I get an approval of the motion, please?
So I move to approve contract with Ben's
No,
Asphalt.
we have to say aye to the consent
Oh,
calendar.
sorry, excuse
All
me.
those in favor of the consent calendar with all those pulled?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, now we move on.
Thank you. I move to approve the contract with Ben's Asphalt, Inc. to repave a portion of Heath Road at Beverly Hills High School.
Thank you. You want to address that, please? Yeah, a second. I'll second it.
Okay. Should I speak to?
Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so a couple things. I wanted to know who asked to do this. This is basically the asphalt on Heath. What is the name of the street?
Yeah, Heath Road.
Heath Road. So a couple things that I wanted to say is this is the area of concern that I have for security. So I really would like the board to discuss security for that area. It's the in and the outs of the high school. So either we construct a gate or we put something, I don't know how you call it, but it's in the ground and it comes up to stop any cars. But I would rather also stop from people coming in. So I'm thinking that we should consider that before considering paving the way of that road.
Okay, we can consider that.
That's one thing, and then
Okay,
I
go
also wanted to say that, why are we doing this? Is it cracked? Is it broken?
Yeah,
is-
there's several cracks. There's a lot of cuts that were made in the asphalt from all the utility work that we did. It's just in rough shape, basically. We've had a lot of
Okay.
construction up and down Heath Road.
Yeah, but my concern is, we're going to pave it, we're not finished with things coming and going. Right. Is that a problem there?
We will be on this section of the property, so once we're done with B3, B4, we will not be using that road for constant construction traffic. We're stopping right at the end of the Building A, and then after Building A, Heath Road is still under construction for the tennis courts and the softball field and the upper athletic, or the south site athletic field, so we're not doing that portion yet.
And I also noticed that it's only going to take about approximately a week or two to
Right, a
be
week,
done.
yeah.
So it's not a long project. It's not that cheap of a project. You got a great price. I love that you showed us, you know, the
Mhm.
other prices and the comparisons, and you did a lot. So I love that, and I appreciate that. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I just want to see if we can have a discussion in the security, because it's completely open over there, and that's my biggest concern, is that area.
Yeah, we do have the gate, though, that prevents pedestrians from going in, but we don't have a bollard like you're talking about.
What do we have? Did you
We
say?
have a gate. There is a gate there.
But it's open all the time. So it's not, there's a gate that's just continually open.
Mhm.
Did you want to say something?
During the school day, it's open. At night, obviously, it's
Yeah,
closed.
completely open. I was thinking more, actually, Colby, I don't know if you had a picture of what we were discussing, the type of gate, maybe. If we can look into that, I just want to know if
Yeah, we can look into
my other
that.
board members are interested in looking into it, because it's only a 2-week maximum
Well,
project.
I'm definitely in favor of more security, especially as the front lawn opens up and the school is just going to be more accessible in general. I'm just trying to understand, when you're talking about adding barriers, let's call them, whatever it ends up being, what points are you interested in adding barriers of some sort?
So, let me show you the picture. Let me get to the
So we
picture.
have like
I'll
on
show
the
you
north
exactly.
side where B3, B4 ends, where the science building is, are you referring to that area where the security guard stands?
Yes, not where the security guard stands, it's where you drive out.
Uh-huh.
You know how you drive in on the side where the security guard is, and then you drive around and you drive out? There's 2 outs.
Yeah,
Right?
one you hang a tight right, and then one you hit the light.
Exactly.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
those both areas are completely open,
Mhm.
so the security guard can be busy, and people can just walk in or drive in if they're speeding. I just feel it's open. I don't want anything to be open, honestly.
I mean, I agree. I'm happy to approve of the asphalt contract and ask Mr. Karat and Dr. Hasty to look into it, and if everybody else is interested in this as well, we could, marinate on it.
Yeah, one thing we can consider is an automated gate there, so that when vehicles are leaving, it would open, rather than keeping it open all the time. That's something we can talk about.
What we'll do is we can look at some options and then bring it back to the board.
I think also you have to consider that the cars coming in the morning, and the problem with having them go through a gate or something like that could be a
Yes.
big problem. So with the guards there, and we have that camera that picks up license plates, right? That special thing there. So I agree that I would love to see something that would be there more.
Not where the cars are coming in.
Where they're leaving.
They're leaving, so it's this area. So the cars are coming in here, in
Yeah.
the side, they're leaving here. So the cars that are leaving in this area
I know.
don't need to be open. Because
Well,
cars
there is a
can
gate,
come
well,
in.
but yet what happens is that the students are all leaving, and then they're all coming out at the same time. You
Right.
have to have the gate open so they
Then
can
it
go.
could be open, but it's open all the time.
Well,
Like,
that's
it's just
something, well,
completely
that's not
But
part of
then-
this one. I think they can look into it,
That's
so
what
I
I
think,
was
that-
requesting.
but
But
let's look into it.
Mr. Karat, we do at some point close the gates in the evening, right?
Oh, yeah, after school, the
Yes.
gate, or in the evening,
Yeah,
the gates are
But
closed.
you're suggesting that in the meantime, there should also be an automatic closure.
There's, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I'm open
there's no
to,
security.
I'm open to that, and I actually think that it probably would not cost too much for the added, especially given the way people are using cars in dangerous ways these days.
Yeah, we can look into it.
I'm open to learning more.
Yes.
Okay, call for the question. All those in favor of the approval of the contract with Ben's Asphalt to repave portions of Heath Road and Beverly Hills High School, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. Okay, I'll make a motion for the ratification of an agreement with Irwin Services for the Beverly Hills High School swim gym pool motor repair. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I believe you pulled that, Mrs. Sabat, right?
Yes, so I have a question in regard to the motor. I just wanted to see if it's clear. This is what was damaged from the other construction, well, the construction company that's working for us.
Yes.
Right? They damaged it, and our insurance is going to be paying for the damages, but they're going to go after their insurance?
Well, in this case, our insurance is their insurance. We have an owner-controlled insurance program here.
Keenan, are you talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
It's an OSIP program, so the contractor, once he signed on, applied to be under our insurance, basically. So they are covered under our insurance, rather than them having their own insurance.
So we're basically paying for it then? It's our responsibility?
Well, the insurance company, yes.
Okay, so
And the way this,
our insurance, okay, was this a contract that we agreed that the price would be lower because we're going to use our liability insurance?
Correct.
So it's going to be on us? Because when we had another board meeting, we said, Will,
Ken?
or who was?
Ken.
Ken, right? He said that he's going to go after their insurance.
Yeah, that's a
when the whole
different-
time it was our insurance.
no, that was a different case, so that was the,
This is the motor, though, in the swim gym, right?
this is, yes.
I think you're thinking
The
about
other one is
where
the
it hit
truck hit
it-
the
it
bridge.
hit
A
the bridge
delivery
and-
driver hit the
No,
bridge.
no, no, I'm talking about the motor.
Right, but that was the one where their insurance was going to.
I'm talking
Yeah.
about the water damage at the swim gym, right?
That's what we're
So
talking
the water
about here,
damage
yeah.
at the swim gym was the contractor's fault, and then we said that the contractor's insurance will fix it, but there's something inside it that needs to be changed anyways, and
was
it's
the
not
bearings.
damaged, right?
Yeah,
And it
the
wasn't
bearings,
damaged,
yeah.
so we just need to fix it, so we approved to get that fixed, but he said the motor itself will be fixed by the other contractor. And now I'm understanding we're insuring it.
The best way to describe it, we had an option for the contractor to have their own insurance, or we could just bring them in on our insurance at a cost saving. So it is like we have insurance. It is on our insurance. The insurance is paying the brunt of this cost, and they were at the fault of it all. But it is under our insurance per the agreement.
So I understand,
Yeah,
I understand that
yeah.
now, but that was not told to us
It was a little
then.
confusing, I think.
Yeah, there were two things maybe involved in that last, or few board meetings ago. There was also that truck that hit the bridge.
That
which
was
the
two
other one.
separate things. So the
Okay.
truck hit the bridge,
Mhm.
and they needed to pay for that, but we ended up paying for it because we wanted it to be done fast, quickly, so we paid for it. We approved that, which I didn't really agree with that, but we had to. This is a separate situation where we had the water damage at the swim gym from the construction company. They were at fault, but at the time of the discussion, it was told to the board that we will go after their insurance. Nobody said to the board, actually, it's our insurance, because we got the contract agreeing that we're going to have the liability insurance. If I would have known that, it would be different. That was never told to us. So remember when I said to you, next time we have a construction company, we hire whatever contract we do, let's make sure that we get the price with the liability insurance and without, so then we know. Because
Yes.
if the case is that it's our insurance, because our insurance is going to go up using the insurance, correct? That's usually what happens.
Usually, I just don't know what the limit is where they would affect our insurance rate versus not.
So ultimately, we're paying for the damages with our insurance because that's what we agreed to on the contract.
But
But-
Wait, let her finish.
I'm just trying to understand.
I-
Is that your understanding? Because it's, there's different layers of insurance. So we have liability insurance and non-liability insurance.
Okay, so when you
Right.
hire a contractor,
Yeah.
they have to have liability insurance, or you want them to have liability insurance, obviously. But we hired the contractor with less, we wanted to pay less, so it was, the contract was dealt with, and we didn't know at the time, because it wasn't told to us, that we're gonna use our liability insurance.
So I hear what you're saying, that it wasn't specified whose insurance it was going to be, But for example, I do remember that we recently approved another bid, and in that bid, we had a big conversation about insurance, and in the same discussion, we got basically self-insured as well. And I
Right.
think that sometimes it just comes out cheaper that way.
No, that's fine. I'm not saying.
You're just saying we weren't told.
That's two separate
Yeah.
subjects, because we said in the future, we'll look at
Yeah.
insurances and let's see the difference in the prices in the future. But in this incident, that's why I pulled this, is because we were told as a board that we're gonna go after their insurance. We weren't told as a board that is it wasn't by you, I think it was.
No,
by-
that's
Maybe-
why
maybe me, but their insurance is our insurance. That's
Yeah,
the
but
confusing
we
part.
didn't know that
Understood.
Yeah.
before. So now we don't have a choice. We
And
have
just to
pay.
explain this item, so we are approving this cost to be paid out of our bond funds, which will be reimbursed by the insurance company.
Right. And that was my other question on the cash, that we're getting reimbursed from the insurance company.
Well, that's coming up.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, full comments, call for the question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, 5-0. Okay, I move for the approval of the education technology tool for the 2025-26 school year. I need a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, Dr. Stern. I believe, Mrs. Sabat, you moved this item.
So Dustin, my question is, going through it, there were what page is it on here? 223. So a couple questions. The one I have, I want to know, is the K through third grade. So it's, yeah, that also. So K, first, second, and third, the app that we're using, do we really need that? Because we're trying to get them off the screen time. So if we renew that app, how often do they use it? And is that completely necessary? Because it's going to give them the K, first, second, and third. That's my concern, that they're going to have more screen time.
Yep, the ESGI is actually a teacher tool. And
Wait,
so it's
not
actually.
that one.
Yep, that's I believe it's the one you're indicating where it's the only K1, 2, which is about.
Brain Pop. It's Brain Pop.
Okay.
In-class student engagement.
Yep,
K,
and
1,
that's
2.
used throughout the whole elementary. That's not just specific to.
Right.
And it's predominantly utilized in the older grades.
Okay, so is there something we can do, because we're really trying to get away from screen time for the K 1 through 2, 2 through 3? Can we do it where we only utilize it for 3 through 5 in the elementary?
Ultimately, you guys have the right to make a decision. You are the Board of Education. Our recommendation is this. We brought it to you after vetting out all of the tools with our committee, utilizing our site leadership. And so if there's something that you guys would not want to approve, I totally hear you, but this would be our recommendation that we brought to you after we put in the work behind it.
Yeah.
So my answer would be, I'm making the recommendation to purchase it for K through 5.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the way you put it all together,
Yep.
because that's what we requested in our last board meeting. We're just trying, as a board, as I'm listening to the board, every time we have a discussion, we're trying to get away from screen time from K 1, 2, 3, and I feel like if we get the apps, we're getting closer and closer to keeping it, that we're not going to be able to get further and further away from the screen time. So we could purchase it and then not use it for, what does anybody else have anything to say about that?
Okay, I know that some of the teachers use this very, very sparingly. And that, I think if we were to take the tool away from them, we would be harming them, because we're taking away something that they could possibly use if they want. I know there's a teacher that teaches kindergarten that takes out every week on Friday for 20 minutes, a small group of kids to work on a computer and whatever. To me, that is not excessive. Now, I don't know about all of the teachers, but I feel that you're handcuffing teachers from using them if they would like to. I spoke, and this I said last year, 2 years ago, about when the subject came up about limiting them. we need to have better control by the administration of how much it's used in terms of control. And I feel that to take this possible tool away from them by eliminating it would be totally wrong. So I would not be in favor of removing it, but that the principals and the teachers know that they have to limit it on their own and not use it as a babysitting feature. And I think most of them and I know, and I was at Horace Mann to see this, it did not happen.
Yeah.
But I don't know about.
Thank you for that. I think the concern is about the unknown. You know, we know that, for example, the time on task for iReady is X minutes, you know, but we don't know what the time on task is for all the others. I also want to empower the teachers with as many tools that they find to be effective as well, but the question is how many becomes too many, or how many minutes is too many. And so when they have this for a half hour and then they're doing the iReady for an hour and so on and so forth. So my request is, I don't have a problem with the app. I have a problem with the lack of awareness or knowledge about the use of the app, and also potentially the lack of consistency among the classrooms about the use of the app. It might be that nobody's using it. We don't know. It might be that everybody's using it for 6 hours a day. I'm sure that's not happening. We don't know. And so I think the question is based on the lack of understanding. So maybe we can approve this, but then we can ask Ed Services to come back to us later this summer with some parameters. I think it's the unknown and the lack of parameters that, you know, concerns me.
Absolutely. At the last meeting, we actually discussed, if you guys recall, that we were already we do our Ed Tech committee during the summer, and we have already invited the PAWS parents to participate as community stakeholders in that, to provide input. And so when we make those recommendations coming into the fall, you know, their voice has already been part of that conversation. So outside of the Ed Tech tools, though, I'm devil's advocate a lot of times. We could say the same thing about any instructional materials that are purchased and brought into the classroom. We have a tendency to get caught up here because the word technology versus the word educational. And so I can promise you we're not plugging and playing students.
Sure, I understand that.
And I always ask the parents in the community, if that is the feeling, please tell me so we can address it in lifetime in that moment.
Okay.
And to today, I've yet to have a parent come up with a specific example outside of the one isolated incident in a hallway.
Right.
We've yet to have, my teacher has plugged my kid in for 3+ hours, or this class is always online, right? And so I want us to always think of this is a social studies textbook, an English textbook. And like what we're saying as a collective, we would like to see structure across grade bands, and that they're all on a scope and sequence.
In all tools.
In all tools.
Agreed.
And so that's why I want to take this out of in isolation. We're isolating just this, but yet it's the same thing about math that we're working so diligently in our PLC work, is that we should all be working towards the same outcome and goal in math. We should utilize only these to enhance that instruction, but there should be guardrails, correct? And I agree with everybody up here.
So Dr. Seaman, what I'm hearing you say is that there is a movement towards some consistency among classrooms for all the tools, including the technology tools.
For all curriculum.
Yes, for all curriculum. That's a great way to say it. And in that case, the board can expect later this summer, we will be hearing more about the consistency.
Yep.
Okay.
And even throughout the school year, you know, I'm excited going into not that we're done with 24, 25 yet. We still have you. Couple more days left we got to get through. Yeah, days are numbered. But even just highlighting some of the PLC work that our teachers are doing. inviting some of our teams to be able to present to the Board of Education what is happening in 3rd grade so that we can also educate the community too of how we
is it being
utilizing
used? Yeah.
not only these, but also our math adoption. You know, Dr. Sherman's in the back. He would love an opportunity to work with some of his math leadership team members to bring that to present in the 25-26 so you guys can see it in live action. And we spend a lot of money on some of these things, and we want to see it.
Okay, speaking of a lot of money,
Yep.
I wanted to ask you about one. It's showing up on the bottom right-hand corner, page 225, the last page.
Yep.
Some of the ed tech tools and programs that are higher dollar values are for 2 or 3 year terms.
Correct.
The second one from the top, News
News
LA, that stood out to me as 50,000 plus for 1 year. I mean, I can see that it's used between 3rd to 12th grade, but that's a pricey one.
Yep, it is a supplement for our social studies curriculum. And so some of our elementary social studies is a bit outdated. It's kind of like what we did with math for many years until we were in a position to be able to do a full-blown social studies adoption. This kind of helps bring that up to current times. We have middle school updated and high school. I'm leery to say that out loud. We'll bring a social studies adoption after we're able to conquer math, elementary, writer's workshop, the dyslexia screener, and then social studies. Middle school math. Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, I will call for the question for the approval of educational technology tool for the 2025-26 school year. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 5-0. And now we have pulled M, cash collections. Move for approval of cash collections number 18. Call for the approval of cash collections.
Should I make a motion?
Yes, please make a motion.
Sure, I move to approve item M, cash collections number 18.
I'll second the motion. Okay.
So I have a question.
Yeah.
In regards to Berkeley Custom Insurance Settlement, I just wanted to know what was this for?
We had, I can't remember the exact date and time, but we had a issue with one of the Vinica wells where there was some flooding that caused significant damage. And then we had to claim it on our insurance. We got into a settlement agreement with it, and this is our reimbursement. We got $100,000 out of this.
And we paid out how much?
We did. Will, do you know the exact? He said I have here it was about $10 million in total costs. Does that sound about right? Yeah. We
The wells.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was September of 21. Yes, it did, of
Yep.
course, that's when all these things
Wow.
tend to happen.
And that's all they gave us?
Yeah, so we went back and forth actually, we had 3 different legal teams on our side over the years. They've changed, and we weren't able to budge besides getting this $100,000 settlement.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0, thank you. Okay, personnel services, approval of the tentative collective bargaining agreement between the BHUSD and the BHEA for the 2025-26 school year. Approval for the tentative collective bargaining agreement between the BHUSD and the BHEA for the 25-26 school year. I need a motion for the approval.
I'll make a motion for the approval of tentative collective bargaining agreement between the BHUSD and the BHEA.
Thank you, Dr. Stern. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Okay, any comments or just go ahead and approve it, I guess, okay? Let's call for the question. I'll do it by roll call. Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Mr. Javidzad.
Yes.
Mrs. Manicherry.
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag.
Yes.
Mrs. Dr. Stern.
Yes.
And Mrs. Marcus is a yes, so that proves 5-0 with a traditional vote from the student. Thank you. Okay, AB 1200, public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement, CTA-NEA. I don't know what that one is.
California Teachers Association, National Education Association.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, make a motion to approve.
Is there something that Dr. Hasty wants to share about that?
Yeah, I can share. I should, because it's a pretty robust document.
Huh?
I can explain what the document's for.
Okay,
for
but do we have to have a motion to approve it? Okay, a motion, please.
It reads a little different for me. Are we looking at item 12?
12.
Yeah. For me, it's reading, and I'll move for AB 1200, public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement dash BHEA IA unit. Can I get a second?
I will second that.
Okay.
Okay, can you explain that a little bit for us, Dr. Hasty, what that is exactly?
Yeah, so this is a mandatory document, AB 1200, governed by statute, that shows that the district is able to support financially the agreement with the tentative agreement when we talk about the 4.75% increase. And so statutorily, we have to bring this to board for it to be approved.
Okay, any other discussion on it? Hearing none, I'll call for the motion. Mr. Javidzad? Oh, he stepped out. Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Mrs. Manicherry?
Yes.
Mrs. Sabag?
Yes.
Dr. Stern?
Yes.
Mrs. Marcus is a yes, 5-0, and no student vote on it. Okay, we've come to a section called parent meetings. Now, this was proposed by, and it's a discussion item only, and I'm going to open it up to you, Mrs. Sabag, since this was something that I believe you put on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay?
So I want to pass this out.
Can I go on? Thank you.
So.
Can I get another one?
Yes.
I'll pass this off. Did everybody got one there? No.
So, yes, so it came to my attention that parent-teacher conferences, meetings are held differently than they used to be held. So we do have a where do I start for the parents? And basically, if a parent wants to discuss their students' achievements, what is happening to, in the classroom, usually they schedule an appointment with the teacher. They start with the teacher, so they email the teacher, they schedule a meeting with the teacher. The meeting is done in the classroom, one-on-one. So it came to my attention that admins are being introduced into the meeting. So basically, just on step one I'm talking about. It's not disciplinary actions, it's not any complaints, there are not any kind of other if there's any kind of curriculum discussion or anything that has to do with intervention, it's just a strictly meeting with the teacher and the parent. I just wanted to make it clear that we would have a discussion on how we feel about it, that a parent should be allowed to meet with the teacher one-on-one without any kind of disciplinary, and as I just said, any kind of intervention, without an admin being involved in the meeting.
Okay, I'm going to start now again, and we're not going to interrupt, and we're going to go around the horn, and we have to go around a second time, but please remember not to interrupt and to keep your comments to this issue only. Mr. Stewart.
I would just like to hear more about
Yes.
what your concerns are.
Thank you.
I mean, so I can articulate it better.
Okay, so basically, there were problems in the past where parents did not know if they had issues. I think this is more for issues per se, that if you have an issue, you should go directly to the teacher and not go to the assistant principal or the principal. First go to the teacher, email the teacher, try to get whatever information you need, whatever is on your mind, how is my child doing, how are their grades, whatever, you need to go straight to the teacher. If you have any other issues and the teacher is not solving those issues, and you have some disciplinary things that you want to discuss, or if your child is not doing well in the classroom for any reason, you can go to the assistant principal, the counselor. There can be some interventions, and if that doesn't work, you can go to the principal, and if that doesn't work, then you have number 3. I think 3 is assistant superintendent, which I believe would be
The
either
district.
Dr. Hasty or, yes.
3 is the administrator, 4 is the
Assistant superintendent is number 3. Number 4 is the superintendent, and the district office number 3 is the Board of Education. So there are steps to take. In the instance of just number 1, there has been, it came to my attention that they directly go to step 2, and the assistant principal comes into the meeting whether the parent wants to or not. And there's some reasoning for that which I don't quite understand, because there's no disciplinary meeting, there's no intervention meeting, and they insist on being there. Whether the teacher requests it or whether the teacher does not request it, they're doing it consistently, and the parents are not feeling comfortable with that, because it's just a parent-teacher meeting. So that's the thing. This is a discussion to put a policy into place.
Well, I can say from 2 perspectives. As a parent, it's really wonderful to be able to speak directly with your teacher, because they're with your child all day in the elementary school programming. You know, literally, sometimes they're with your child more than you are. And so you wanna have that partnership. I mean, I'll say it in another way. The teachers at that level even almost know what color your child's underwear is. They know so much. If you got into an argument with your husband on the weekend, they probably know. They're so in tune with your student. And so I think that it's really important for parents to start with the teacher instead of reporting to the principal, reporting to an AP, even reporting to the board. You know, I've had parents approach me and I've said, hey, I hear where you're coming from, but did you reach out to the teacher to let them know this is on your mind? And when I redirect them, I think it's better for everybody. As your student gets older, you know, one minute you've got a 5th grader whose teacher knows everything about their day, and then your 6th grader is going through several classrooms and teachers a day. I personally have had, it's really enlightening to be able to reach out to your student's teacher and say, hey, I'm hearing such and such about your English class. Can you shed light on this for me? And the teachers get back to the parents. The Parent Square app is really easy to use. And I think, again, the parent and the teacher really need to be partners in this. We're really in it together with them.
Exactly.
And then I would say that goes up even through the high school. You know, your student might be telling you one thing, and what's happening in the class is that, or it could be something else. And even there, I'm always encouraging the parents, hey, maybe the teacher didn't see it that way. Maybe your student is interpreting it a different way. It's really better to clear the air. And so when this was made, it really helped everybody know, like, this is the path, this is the expectation. It helps us as board members not try to run interference between parents and their teachers, parents and their admin, where we know that they've gone down this road. So unless there's something that's an emergency, this is a good path to stick by.
So yes, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's been my experience, is parents and teachers communicating and being on the same team and finding a way to get on the same team is really, you know, the best way forward.
What has been happening is admins have been they've been in the room in a parent-teacher conference for no disciplinary reasons and no intervention.
We'll get back to that. I have that on my thing here. Okay, Dr. Stern.
Of course, there should be a good partnership between teachers and parents, absolutely. And I agree with you that they have many insights about your child on many levels, ones that you don't even have. I don't really see a benefit for saying, or you know, making a hard and fast rule that a teacher cannot have an admin with them during a meeting. You know, Ms. Sabag, you talk about issues, so I imagine you're talking about contentious issues.
No issues.
Okay, you're saying no issues,
I'm
meaning...
saying no issues. issues. So there's absolutely no issues. When there's issues, of course, you have intervention, you have the council.
Well, why else would
counselor.
one reach out to a teacher if there weren't concerns, shall we say? I guess I need to understand what you mean by that.
So in my experience, it's really important that a parent and a teacher connect. It doesn't
Absolutely.
have to be with issues, just to see how is my child in the classroom? What does the classroom look like? Where is my child sitting? How is my child treating other students? You know, what is happening in the classroom? How are they doing? You know, and sometimes the teachers are really busy and maybe the grades aren't great and there are no interventions and the teacher doesn't reach out and the parent reaches out, just wants to have a meeting. So nothing with intervention and nothing with discipline. That's all I'm saying.
I think that is great, but most of the time, because it is such a fragile nature of, you know, our children in the classes, that often there are sort of adjacent issues related to even, you know, the best functioning student. And I guess what I'm saying is that it's always better to, and I'm not saying it's a hard and fast rule. I don't think any admin should be required necessarily to be there, but I wouldn't want to, I mean, I think that it helps the parent to have a third party who is sort of looking at the whole perspective, can maybe explain a teacher's rationale, can maybe explain more of the curriculum sequence, maybe knows a little bit more and see it more clearly. I think that to say, okay, admins can't meet with teachers there would be kind of opening us up to
If the parent wants, request it, yes. So what
wait.
you're saying, yes.
Okay. I get the feeling on this particular topic that that the teachers sometimes don't feel comfortable not having the administration there because of something that may have happened, that this might be something that has been preceded by something that, and then the parent wants to go in and talk to the teacher, and there's been something that's precipitated this.
That's different, though.
Yeah, well, you're trying to separate out the two situations as I see it, and I, as a teacher, am longstanding, I never had to have a problem. Of course, I was very lucky, but I would never have not welcomed an administrator if they wanted to sit in or if whatever, because I felt that if there was some misunderstanding, there would not be any in that case. Where a parent is going in for just a conference to see the parent and so on, you know, we do have what we call parent conferences, and I do know that when those happen, generally speaking, it's just the parents that go in and meet with the teacher, and there's never been a problem. So if I get the feeling that if there is something that is sensitive about the parent and the relationship, or something that the child is saying, or something, and there have been some previous communications with the teacher, there may be a need to perhaps have somebody that's there to sort of monitor to make sure everything is understood and what have you. So I tend to think that it's not, we can't prevent a teacher from having an administrator there, but I think it only needs to be, I know what you're saying, and I know what you're thinking.
I think what you said is correct, and that's not what I was referring to. It was basically what's being done is with all the teachers, like down the board.
Well,
so that's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, let's go around again and see, because now Mr. Stewart has had a chance to weigh in on it. Okay, Mr. Stewart?
Thank you. I kind of agree with everyone. Mandy, I agree with you that typically a parent's not going to come in unless there's some kind of issue that's going on. I definitely do believe that this sheet should actually say your child's teacher 5 times, and board should be 30th. As we all know, we're a small town, so having someone contact a board member for a very minimalistic thing and expect mountains to move is a common occurrence. I think that the relationship between the child, parent, and teacher is the most important one in the entire district. And to have an expectation that the teacher should always be considered the first stop and more than likely the last stop for most things. I can't really say to each individual situation as to why a teacher would want an administrator with them. I agree with Mrs. Marcus, and I'm sure there's certain situations where having a second set of eyes, maybe even someone there for moral support, maybe even, with all due respect, someone there as a witness to hear what they have to say, because some certain subjects are quite sensitive. But still, in the end, I think the empowerment of the teachers to be the champion for the kids and the subject matter experts on the ground who know these kids and parents better than anyone, a lot better than we'll ever know them, needs to be the focus. I personally have not been contacted about any situations where in parent-teacher conferences, the meetings have been kind of hijacked, if you want to call it, by someone from admin. But if that's happening, I'm sure that there's a good reason. And if there's not, then I would love to learn more about the reasoning for them going into those meetings to get more clarity on the reasoning for it.
Mrs. Manicherry.
I have nothing further to add at this point. I mean, I'm hearing us all, and I feel like we're all on the same page, which is that we really want to empower the teacher-parent-student relationship. I mean, Tim, remember, we brought this out a little while ago. We even presented this at CSBA not too long ago, and we had other school districts ask us for it and love it. I mean, I think that this is a really good pathway.
Thank you. Okay, we'll just a couple more comments, and then I'm going to draw this discussion to a close. Dr. Chernus?
Yeah, sorry. Parents should always be able to meet with teachers without, most of the time, administrators shouldn't need to be there, and there shouldn't need to be an expectation that they are there. If things get contentious, then the teacher always has the ability to ask for an administrator. And so I don't think anyone's denying that. But for the majority of meetings, they should be like parent-teacher conferences, which is the parent and the teacher. So that's, I think we would all agree on that.
Thank you. Mrs. Sabag?
Yes, so that's exactly what I was bringing up, is it's a parent-teacher conference without any issues. It's not the teacher asking for the conference, it's the parent asking for the conference. If the teacher is asking for the conference, maybe there is an issue. So that's different. And then the teacher would say, we would like to have the counselor involved and intervention. All I'm saying is when a parent requests a conference, the parent is doing exactly what we told them to do.
Right.
They're emailing the teacher, they're requesting a one-on-one meeting in the teacher's classroom without any issues, anything involved. I think they have the right to do that. A teacher wants an admin or doesn't want an admin, they have a tendency to put the admin there. The admin,
I don't know if that's true. Sorry to interrupt.
Wait,
but
don't interrupt me.
well, yes, that's what happens. It is.
Not in my experience, but.
I know, not in my experience either before this year. So that's why I'm saying maybe it's a gray area that is not understood by the admin, and that's why I feel like we need to put a policy in place, and it's strictly going along the lines of 1 through 5, like we've discussed for the parents to do. It's just setting that example.
I would agree with that, but right now, let's hear from Mrs. Dr. Stern, and then I'm going to...
So are you suggesting that the policy is that if a parent reaches out to a teacher, that an admin is just not allowed unless there's an issue?
What I'm saying is if a parent reaches out to a teacher without an issue and just wants the old-fashioned, what we're all used to, a parent-teacher conference, they should be allowed to do that without anybody else involved, unless there's an issue. So there has been situations where there's no issue, and the principal requested that the assistant principal always be at those meetings. And I just feel like it takes their time away, Parents have complained about this, and sometimes a teacher doesn't request it, but it's still being done. And it could be done, like Mr. Stewart said, for a witness. But I also feel like we have 20-something kids in a classroom with one teacher. There's no witness for our kids. We're trusting our kids, our students, to be with an adult, and we don't have a witness. So I think our admin needs to trust the parents to be with the teacher, unless there's a situation and an issue, of course.
But what I've seen, so right now I work in Glendale for the next couple of weeks anyway, and there's like 35 schools there, and I have been to all of them. Throughout the year, I go and do different tests, visit different schools, and I know that when there's the routine parent-teacher conference, I almost never see an admin there, and I agree with that. Now, I will say,
Yes.
I will say that when there is a particular issue, and let's say that there is a parent who appears to be harassing or being especially difficult or very upset with the teacher, then for good reason an admin comes. And I wouldn't want that to not happen, because you
I
want
agree.
that.
I agree.
But I agree, but it's just a.
Can we not have the side conversation, so
How's that a side conversation? Anyway,
trying to keep
yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is that we want, if it is routine, like you're saying, like the parent-teacher conference that happens maybe twice a year, then an admin doesn't have to be there. But by and large, because of the nature of our kids and our concern, and when we call the teacher, it's often because we do want to find more information, and it's not just status quo. So I wouldn't want to tie anyone's hand so that should an administrator be there in the benefit, for the best interest of the child and the parent, I wouldn't want to do that and say, okay, they're not allowed.
No, so I agree with you, and it is strictly for a parent-teacher conference.
Yeah, the routine
with
one that
no
happens
routine,
yearly
once a
is
year,
fine.
twice
Step
a year,
one, yeah.
step
Yes, I
one.
agree with that.
Only
Okay.
step one. That's
All
what
right.
I'm talking about.
Thank you. I think we can look at this further on. Okay, Educational Services, Enhanced College and Career Center, update on that. Dustin Seaman, Mr. Seaman?
I am trying to share my screen.
This is just a discussion, I believe.
No, we will have action at the end. I will pose a question for you guys for consideration.
Okay.
Okay, let me, oh, now I'm co-host. One second. All right, good evening, Board of Education. I've already spoken a lot. I'm going to talk fast because the presentation has been posted for quite some time. And we have two presentations this evening, and I think the second one may be potentially a little bit more lengthier in discussion. So ultimately, what we're doing is our executive cabinet, in collaboration with our high school administration, community feedback, talking with our student services and our school counseling departments, also with the RAMP application process, the recognized ASCA model program. We have come to the conclusion and the recommendation that we're bringing you to this evening. That recommendation is an increasing opportunity, access, and exposure for our school counseling program, specifically starting at BHHS. You'll see that as not only our high school is steadily increasing in enrollment, the complexity of the college application process, the advancement of more of our students taking things like advanced placement classes, all the way to some of the issues that our students are bringing to the campus as well. Some of the discipline areas that we have seen over the last 2 to 3 years that we've had to address that we may not had to have addressed pre-COVID. So in that, this is the rationale. Ultimately, what we're doing is we're really coming to you and making a recommendation to redesign the way that we have seen our school counseling program function at the high school. We are looking at potentially bringing on a freshman transition team. What does that mean to us? I'll have a separate slide for you in a second, but really that team, I kind of jokingly called it our hug. It is the team that is welcoming and transitioning all of our families, not just the students, but all of our families parents, all of our stakeholders into the high school, all of our new to district families, really dedicated time to be able to walk them through, spend some time on that transition. There's a lot of literature around a student really kind of sets their trajectory within the first 6 months of stepping on a high school campus. They either make it or break it within their transcript, whether they have failures that they have to rewrite and all of a sudden they're at a deficit in their GPA. So that first semester really is what impacts them on that transition, even if they come in as a 10th grader or an 11th grader. We also are looking at 4 school counselors at the junior senior level. We have some comparisons that I want to bring to your attention at the end of the presentation around having that, and I love that Remy's sitting here, having that one-on-one opportunity. We've heard over the years that we want the one-on-one meetings. We want the 4-year planning. We want the college individualized conversations. A lot of our community has went out and bought or purchased or invested in private college counseling. That's anywhere between $6,000 to $15,000. Yet, and even at half for some, we're sitting here with levels of expertise, knowledge, and training. However, it's just a simple time constraint. When you have personnel and there's only 40 hours in a week and you have a caseload of 250 students, there's just not enough time in the day. And so you have to look at those numbers. So that's the 11th, 12th grade. I'll also jump into that, where we already currently have the last 2 positions, basically. We have the coordinator of wellness, which is Allie Norman Franks. She oversees our Norman Aid Center. We're not removing any services from there. And we also have Christy Bond, who is our head counselor. But we are talking about elevating her position a little bit and taking control over TK through 12th grade. So again, talking about consistency across classrooms, we want consistency across counseling services from TK to 12th grade. How are our career conversations happening in 5th grade that lead into 6th grade? How is what's happening in 8th grade leading into 9th grade? And that would be part of that director of counseling. So let me jump directly in to our freshman counselors. As we kind of are here, you're really looking at, I think, where the rubber meets the road are things like second semester of each school year. Our high school counselors going to BV and hosting individual 8th grade parent meetings to schedule them for high school. Instead of relying heavily on the 8th grade counselor and then waiting till the summer to have access to the high school counselors, because they're still working on kicking you out the door and they're still working on building next year's master schedule, they don't have the time or the capacity to do so. By separating the teams, we are now sending our 9th and 10th grade team down to BV during second semester to meet with all individual families. Other things that we're primarily focused on is that engagement piece. I hear time and time again, we've even met just around how do we get our students engaged more? Who's held responsible on campus of finding their expertise, their interests? By having more time on your caseload, you can invest more time into those 9th and 10th graders. A lot of times people say our 10th grade class is the forgotten class, right? Because they're no longer freshmen. We hope they're surviving. Juniors, we're starting to do AP and standardized tests like ACT, SAT. And then seniors, we're working on college admissions and trying to get you out the door with some scholarships, right? 10th grade, you're kind of like, who's helping me, right? That's why there's that natural break between that 9th and 10th grade. When we jump to that 11th grade, I want to kind of go there too, really being more specific and intentional about having individualized college counseling meetings where it's not just one college counselor trying to service 1,100 kids, all 11 and 12th grade counselors in their own individual caseloads are meeting around all not only career development, but what does that mean to lead into a college major? How do I help you specifically in the essay writing? How do I help you specifically in test-taking strategies to take assessments? Right now, as much as we've worked really hard on building out our SAT and ACT suites, and our students have seen success over time taking these exams, we still have some students that struggle. And who on that campus right now has the time or capabilities to be able to meet with them individually around test-taking strategies in preparation for the SAT school day, right? And that's another add benefit to this proposal. Outside of the fact of just, you've lived it, you've had to lean heavily on your school counselor. In our current structure, our school counselors are pulled tight in the fall because they need to ensure that they work against the deadline of college admissions. So I hear a lot of times, I'm a freshman student, I need to be able to see my school counselor, I'm a freshman parent, I don't know why they haven't gotten back to me in a timely manner. Because as much as that freshman student may be important, because we do believe they're important, all freshmen, you're important, they are up against a timeline from an admission standpoint. Letters of recommendation are due, making sure that you've completed your application, help proofreading your essays. That's what school counselors are doing in the fall. All of a sudden, then we get right up to winter break. The Common App closes November 1st. Some close November 15th and some January 1st. That's what school counselors are completely tied in the fall on, which neglects sometimes our freshmen and sophomores. You get into the spring, we're now already into course selection, right? They're already into helping support master scheduling. Again, when you look at the proposal, when we break up these teams, there are things on there that fall through the cracks simply by time and not by effort or want. I'm going to kind of keep jumping. The Norman Aide, so the wellness coordinator counselor, again, this is Allie, so I just wanted to be able to indicate that on the slide deck, that that position isn't being removed or eliminated. That is still there to be able to support all students TK through 12th grade and those massive programs, the monthly wellness, the Wellness Wednesdays. She'll work collaboratively with our 9th and 10th grade counselors. Like I stated earlier, a little bit jokingly, they're the hug. We want every 9th and 10th grader to come on campus and have that time in the fall dedicated for them from our school counselors, versus having the school counselors, which is rightfully so, dedicated to our senior students. We have a separate team dedicated to that work in the fall. So our senior and junior students are still getting the attention they need while still giving our 9th and 10th grade, not only students but families, the attention that they need in collaboration with our Norman Aid Center. So I'm going to jump to the kind of the end, and this is where I believe always the rubber meets the road. We're improving our counselor to student ratio across all grades. Not only does it align with the ASCO national model, but again, when you're doing just simple math, calculations, and we're sitting there taking, if you have 250 to 300 students on your caseload, and you have 40 hours in a week, and you start to divide that over from a course selection standpoint, from a college admissions standpoint, you're only able to see those kids once maybe in the fall and once maybe in the spring. When you start to half that and even lower that, you're going to see our competitors, some of the people that which we compete against, I always say sometimes we compete against the private schools, they have one counselor to 35 to 40 students on their caseloads because they could really white glove service from entering as a freshman, I always say from orientation to graduation, is really the one consistent you've had is your school counselor throughout those 4 years. Others, personalized service around academic performance. You know, we see most of our students, if they do struggle, they're struggling around that 9th and 10th grade year until they really get their footing under them. But making sure that that 9th and 10th grade team is consistently checking in, consistently checking grades, consistently available for those students. Again, it's not because they don't want to, our current school counselors, it's because they're still trying to get you out the door, right? I mean, you're going to be able to help talk about this a little bit. Stronger partners with families. We just discussed a little bit around parent meetings, is being able to be slightly more accessible. Obviously, by eliminating the caseload slightly, we're able to access more open time in their schedules to be more available for our other stakeholders outside of just our students. Our parents have questions as well. They have questions around summer school. They have questions around summer opportunities or internships, and that way this provides our school counselors more opportunity and access for the parents. Streamlining services from incoming to graduate. Your 9th graders can feel welcome to Beverly, while your seniors are still feeling like they're getting the attention they need to make informed decisions around their application. And I always, at the end, we're here to provide a service for our community. We know that our community is seeing an increase in utilizing their own dollars to pay for more private college counseling systems. That is no better and same degree as our own school counselors. We're just asking for an investment into our school counseling programs to provide more services to our families and to our students by splitting our teams into 4 and 4, lowering the course load, and then being able to provide really direct supervision over our TK through 12th grade school counselors from not only an oversight, but to ensure a common thread goes all the way through from TK to 12th grade. That being said, it's ultimately 3 school counselors. We have thrown this out a couple times. We've flushed it out. We've worked with multiple stakeholders. We've talked to business and Dr. Chernus. That would be where we're really looking towards, is potentially bringing on 3 additional counselors, working with our current team, dividing them into 2 teams, and being able to have, like we said, the 4 at the 9, 10, and then the 4 at the 11, 12 arena. Some of the comparisons, I always say this, you know, my family lives in Florida. I always look at one of the #1 performing prep schools in the world, Berkeley, you know, 40 to 1, Harvard Westlake, sitting there with 30 to 35 students to 1 school counselor. You know, that's why they're able to get that from orientation to graduation, white services. We're never going to get near that. We are a public institution, and I totally understand that. But being able to just onboard some more school counselors to be able to split those teams, provide a director to supervise and oversee TK through 12th grade, will be able to provide us with better, not better services, more accessible services for our stakeholders. That is the end of my sales pitch. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seaman. Mr. Javidzad, do you have something you'd like to add to this?
Yeah, so to echo Dr. Seaman, and because like from my perspective, I know, for instance, for private college counseling, it does cost a lot of money, and like Ms. Manicherry said, that's even half the number. Like I know some people charge $500 just for 1 hour with them. So something like this can really help those families in our district and help them get the prepare for college experiences and the college applications they need, and not have the burden of having not have the burden of the financial impact. And then also, I remember in my ninth grade, when I was a freshman, I had to meet with my counselor over. Like I went in the library and joined a Zoom to meet with them and tell them I'm going a 4-year track. But then also at that same time, I was already taking classes that like I didn't really get to discuss with my high school counselors. So if the high school counselors were to come to 8th grade and prepare me then, that would be a great opportunity for me to know what classes I should take and what path I want to go for the rest of the 4 years at Beverly. And just like having more time with those counselors, those one-on-ones, is really a big and meaningful part of the whole application, especially students who are seniors who want to start in the fall. I know counselors are always swamped with other students who are trying to drop a class and change their schedule, and they're all filled with meetings at that time when it's really crucial for those seniors to get their all their applications done on time, like we said. But it's hard to compete with those other students who are below the seniors and also have very important things to get done, but it's just hours on a deadline, so it just it clashes with other grades. And then also at the end, during the spring semester, when they're already starting to make those new classes and the big schedule, and those juniors want to start preparing and saying what college they're going to, it's hard to communicate with the counselors because there's not that many too. So I know with more counselors, it definitely will be a great addition and a great success to the many students at our school.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Seaman, thank you again for another fantastic presentation. It was incredibly thorough. I have to agree with Mr. Javazad here. I wouldn't even call them counselors. I would call them, future pathway professionals. These are people that are incredibly important, and right now we're understaffed. There's no doubt about it. And I know you mentioned Ms. Bond. She's fantastic. I think to elevate her to a higher role is something that we should definitely do. But to champion a greater group of people to be able to assist our kids not only in preparing for college, but like you said, having a K through 12 system where the moment that you enter our school system, we have a plan for you for success, well beyond you leaving our borders. So I think that this is well overdue, and I think the presentation speaks for itself. It's very clear, and Remy, I think your not only endorsement of it, but your real lived life experience of the counseling process just shows that you understand it, you think it's necessary, and I think we should move forward with it.
Mrs. Manicherry.
Thank you. Dr. Seaman, this is remarkable, and I think hopefully it gets full board support because I think it would be a game changer for BHUSD. It's been an honor to work with you and the counseling staff as one of your committee members since last year, and the team has just moved everything forward, and the services that are being offered to the students are a lot better than even previous, and I'm very grateful to that. But it is true, as Remy would say, for the first couple weeks of school, our students are scrambling to get into classes while our seniors are scrambling for applications. And so we have tried to address that by having, whatever you want to call it, our Norman Week, or yes, our Swapapalooza the week prior to school starts, you know, to remedy that. But I think this is a more is better kind of situation. I would say from a board perspective, we really have two goals. The first goal is to serve our students that we have. And we know that our students are not getting served to the best of our ability. They want to do better. And to me, as we have been asking so much of our leadership team, our principals, our teachers, our students, we've been asking everybody to move the needle on academic achievement. And to me, the board supporting this initiative is the board closing the loop on all of that. What's going to be the point of teaching our kids better, of asking our teachers and our staff to do more, if the end result is not going to end up with more of our students being able to achieve college admission? So I feel like this is where the board has to put its money where its mouth is, on, you know, in one respect. In another respect, just as City Council goes to New York and meets with business and does different endeavors in order to enhance the city of Beverly Hills, I think the board really needs to have a vision of what are we doing to attract families to BHUSD. You know, I used to live up and off Coldwater Canyon, and my house cost me 1/3 the mortgage, 1/3 the insurance, and 1/3 the property tax. And so the question is, why did I move to BHUSD? I moved to BHUSD for the community. But yes, I do wonder, well, should I have stayed up in the canyons, and then I could have afforded private school, and if I could have afforded private school, they would have offered my student more by way of getting into college. And so unfortunately, BHUSD is compared to all of the public high schools, all of the public programs, and we're compared to all of the privates. That's the climate that we're in. And to me, I think that in passing this or promoting it and supporting it, and the board agreeing to allocate dollars toward it, we are putting our students on equal footing with all of the privates as well. So this is, in my opinion, this is an absolutely why not. You know, I think we've done a lot to be very fiscally responsible, and hopefully that's going to give us the leeway to be able to afford this in the coming years. I would like to make 2 points. In terms of the 8th grade role in all of this, I would love to see an onboarding of the Naviance in the 8th grade and the advisory classes. Sometimes our community asks us, why do we have so much administration in the middle school? I personally believe that the way the middle school has been set up with a principal and then a counselor and an assistant principal for each grade moving up is the most humane way to conduct a middle school program possible. And I think it's kind of like our community compromise for those who were in favor of reconfiguration and those who were not. And so I believe that the Naviance should be onboarded. You can either do it in the 7th grade and 8th grade, like 7th grade could be careers and 8th grade could be college, or you could do it all through 8th grade. First semester is more about careers, second semester is about college, where once a month or every other week, the counselors from the middle school are onboarding our students to Naviance. So that way, once they're at the high school, it's one less thing for the high school team to try to do when these students are already older and already set in their ways. And so I feel like starting it at the high school is even too late, in my opinion. And we've got our counselors who can really shepherd this for our students. The next is, looking at the ratios, what I'm seeing is right now we have, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Seaman, currently it seems like we have a 275 to 300 student per counselor ratio. And that's the right number. And if we increase by 3 additional counselors, we're going to 150 to 175. And I would say, personally I would even support 1 additional counselor, meaning adding 4 so that we're more like in the 125 to 150 range. That's the appetite that I have to really support this program. I just will say this, we get one time to do it right. And so I don't want to be too conservative in the numbers. We can always scale back, but the first year is the year that we would have the opportunity to make an impression on our community. Wow, this board and this leadership team, this Ed Services team presented this to us. We have the buy-in of the entire counseling department, which is gonna be more consistent, more uniform, and more unified. And I wholeheartedly support this, and I thank you for your time on it.
Thank you, Jude. Thank you. Mrs. Sabag.
Yes. First of all, thank you so much, Dr. Seaman, for bringing this. We did discuss it, that we wanted this to happen, to have a really robust college admission assertive program. So I think this is how we get to academic excellence. This is the way to do it. I would like to do it, as Mrs. Manicherry said, the earlier the better. I think starting it, from what I understood reading and your report, did you say that you want to start it like in mid-8th grade in order for them to be prepared for 9th grade? I think it should start in the beginning of middle school and then have the counselors, you know, in the elementary, in the middle school, the high school. I agree with Mrs. Manicherry to get the numbers lower, maybe at 100 per counselor or something like that. I think the funds that are going to be allocated to this is worth every penny. I think this is where we're at. This is the way we would get academic excellence. This is the way we'll get a blue ribbon school. This is where we'll get the students excited and the students to know exactly how to get where they want to be. This is the way students will understand what their career paths will be, because they will know what they have to do, what classes they have to take, how, and at the end, how to do their essays and how to do their admissions. And this will get the parents excited and not want to push their kids into just a, you know, Santa Monica College, and they'll aim for university. So I would love for our students to be prepared with the applications. And I think we discussed this before, so that if they get admitted, then they can discuss what will happen then. So when you're saying TK through the 5th grade, that's just a counselor that will be guiding the students along the way, and once they get into the middle school, they'll know exactly where they're going. And then I think instead of in the middle of 8th grade, can we start it with 6th grade?
Yeah, absolutely. I think 2 things. One, Mr. Stewart, I am going to steal a soundbite that you had just around just the. Just, you know, the concept.
Contact BSN for that one.
Yeah, we have the Pathways to Success, but now this really allows like Mrs. Bond to really take the booklet by design and put it into action and practice, right? That through line, the pathways all the way from TK to 12th grade. So that's exciting. And Ms. Manicherry was discussing potentially the inclusion around being able to get our students younger and younger, which I agree, utilizing Naviance during our advisories and being able to do some of the career in 7th and then potentially 8th grade college. Because we all say, you know, this is where you may owe me 5 cents, but it's,
I'll give you 20.
yeah, you know, our kids should select their electives with a purpose, right? It shouldn't just be, I want to take this because my friend does. I want to take this because I have a passion for it. I want to explore it. I want to investigate this. This could potentially be my outcome, right? I also want to build a great transcript. And so, yeah, 100% by starting earlier, I totally agree with both of you that getting them exposure earlier, we can do that. We can do that with this team.
And what about the middle school? Because middle school students, a lot of them, unless they're like geniuses and, you know, honor classes in each class, they don't think about college, university, or even high school at that point. What if we do even field trips and we combine with the university, something to spark their excitement to the future? I think this is fabulous.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Stern.
Totally great. Definitely when they evaluate you for a distinguished school or a blue ribbon school, they want to look at, well, and also U.S. News and World Report, one of the metrics is those who not only applied to four-year schools, but were accepted and matriculate. So it definitely is in our best interest to fortify the supports for that. And I totally can appreciate your wanting to restructure what we have. So as I understand it now, we have like 5 academic counselors, 1 college counselor director, 1 wellness director, but you want to move it into like 4 counselors for 9 through 10, another 4 for 11 through 12, and continue the wellness director and the director of counseling. So that would, which is great. And then I think what might be confusing to some viewers is that there are other layers of counselors, but those are for more acute situations where there's like special ed or those who are having emotional problems. But if I understand this correctly, this is bolstering the academic excellence, the achievement, and the college counseling arm, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
For all students, all tier 1 across all grades.
Which is great. And then often the way younger grades deal with college preparedness is it's not so much that they're, well, like if you talk about 5th, 6th, and 7th, the discussion starts such as the culture around it. So like I've been to some of the most heavily impacted Title I schools in LAUSD, and what you find in the elementary schools is there's a lot of the college pendants around, and they're just sort of like by way of suggestion kind of getting kids ready for the concept, like I'm a college goer, I'm a scholar, because unfortunately in a lot of disadvantaged communities, sometimes that conversation doesn't come up. And so one of the preemptive proactive ways to get young kids interested is to just start to have the conversation, and that means having signs that represent college and talk about it. Having gone through the college admissions process with my oldest son over the last year, I've definitely learned a lot. And the counselors were amazing at the school, but I can see how there's a lot of volume. There's a lot of kids who are asking for a lot of things. Yeah. And I think that this is great for restructuring to decide how exactly that help will be tailor-made. And yes, there are a lot of people who say, well, maybe I should take my kid to private school because they're going to have a better chance of getting into college. And I don't think that that necessarily has to be the case. If we have it structured in such a way that we have the supervision, we have the different layers of preparedness and a timeline for what you need to do to get into college, there's no reason that we can't be just as good. But the question I have for you that I think is really important is that I know when we had, I think, Casey Berenson, one thing she did is she did amazing outreach to feeder schools. And that type of liaison and relationship is a different hat than just like preparing kids for the essay writing and all that. I want to be assured that we have someone and who would that be? Because that is a very important position. It's an outreach, so that, our kids can get in, even though there's all these Harvard-Westlake kids who are applying to Columbia or whatever. So how do we get our foot in the door without someone who's our cheerleader?
Nope, that's a great question.
Yeah.
And so in our investigation, because again, we as a team went and interviewed all these private schools and all their directors of school counseling and heads of counseling and heads of academic dean work, and looking at potentially, it's 4 right now, but I heard potentially a 5th number out there, is having each of them, the 11th, 12th grade school counselors, having a specialty area within, not only their caseload, but saying, okay, Mandy, you are all overseas schools. So Oxford, everything, you're held accountable for meeting, greeting, shaking hands.
So making relationships.
Sagali's all UCs. Mrs. Marcus is all private. Yes, and then having that expertise. So when a student comes and all of a sudden says, I want to go to UCs, they know, hey, if I'm not able to answer your specific questions, wait for, Sagali's going to be free in 2 seconds, and we can run over there and ask you that question about the UC process. And really dividing and conquering, so we have true expertise. And that's what they're doing surrounding us at the private schools, is each of them have their own specialty areas, even to one around a gap year process. What does that gap year look like? We don't discuss that a ton here, where we kind of go SMC or no, and even sometimes SMC doesn't work that first year, around you can apply for admissions, defer for a year if you're not ready to go right away. But it still works towards, they know that they're going to go college right away, potentially go to work, they can go military for a year, they can do a lot of different things, but have that gap year process. And that's something that we want to flesh out more, if that makes sense.
And not to interrupt, but I think that's very important that you point out, because I think the cohorts now who are graduating, going to college, and I expect this to continue, this trend, is a lot of them are looking for flexibility. So as you say, there are perfectly good scholars who may choose, a 2-year college first and defer admission to a very robust school, because the landscape of secondary education or post-secondary education has really changed. And there are work opportunities. Some people have to take care of family. There's all sorts of things that seem to really need that flexibility. And to have those on our campus or in our employ who can really advise kids about different paths they can take, I think is really important as well.
Okay, I
Mrs.
get
Marcus?
a chance to say something?
Yes.
Oh,
Can I say something
Yeah.
real quick, or after you?
no, you can go first. I'll
Okay.
give the-
I just want to say that, Dr. Seaman, thank you for this presentation. I do think this is a game changer for our district, and this will set our kids apart. And I also want to just make the point that adding these counselors isn't necessarily for the Remys of the world. You're going to do great, right? You're going to get into a good school, and your friends like you are. But we have so many kids that fall through the cracks because the counselor doesn't necessarily have time to spend the time with these kids. And so if the kids don't seek it out, and if it's not on their radar, four-year colleges aren't ingrained in them and in their radar, and that's why we've developed AVID as well. We're looking at different pathways so kids don't fall through the cracks. This addition will allow for us to give the attention to all of our students.
Okay, well, I've waited patiently to make a couple comments, as usual. First of all, I want to talk about Casey, the gal that used to work in the college. The one thing that impressed me the most was that she went around to all the schools and made presentations and made Beverly Hills come on the map, so that when our kids applied there, the schools would know that we really were very interested. And she made a lot of connections for us, and I haven't seen that too much since Casey's been gone. I think that's hurt our program. So for that reason, I see that if we have the right person in the right chair to do that going forward, it will help us a lot. I would like to just say that this was a very, I would call it an ambitious presentation. I constantly think dollar signs. I'm the one that's sitting on the board that always worried about the reserve. I don't know how this is going to affect us. And I kept thinking to myself, now how many people, and I saw 4 freshmen and sophomore, 4 junior and senior, and then I hear now you're adding 1 at each level. How many people are you actually adding to the counseling core for this particular presentation?
The proposal was for 3, but I would entertain 4.
You're so generous.
You're gonna have to move Mrs. Marcus very hard for that.
I know. Mrs. Marcus, you
But
know
not that I
love
don't
you.
appreciate
I love
her.
you, Mrs.
I know. Okay, you're looking at 3, okay. I know for a fact that many of our parents seek immediately, when the kids get to junior and senior years, a college counselor, and I have inquired, what have you paid for that college counselor? And they will say anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000, am I mistaken? So that, in a way, this might save these parents some money, because we're adding people. I don't know if the ratio will be small enough to help them with the addition of 3 people. That's something I don't know. But I do know that I have been very much a part of the thing that I want my children at Beverly Hills School District to be college ready. And that to me is extremely important. And once they are college ready, now what good is that if they can't get into the school that they want to go to? So they can really know and get help to apply. Unfortunately, today, the cost of higher education is exorbitant. And a lot of kids, I want them to apply, I want them to get in, but then at the bottom line, they say, I can't afford it. And they stay and go to Santa Monica for 2 years. I'm wondering how much that helps or hurts us in our vision or in our community to the rest of the colleges. They accept you and then you don't go. I wonder how, that's just a hypothetical question that we don't have an answer for right now. So I'm not going to oppose this proposal, obviously. I think it's a great one. I will go for 3 at this point. But I really want to know how it's going to affect the budget when we're looking at 3 new people. We've been talking about doing things in cuts and this and that, and I really am very concerned about the addition of 3 people to the staff that going forward. So that's my only concern. I can't vote no because I don't know what it's going to cost the budget, but it is very much something in my mind. So, and I think I would like to, at this point, ask if you want some kind of a proposal
Mrs.
or what.
Marcus, can I ask 2 more questions?
Well, I'd like to move on with it if you can.
It's just quick. I'll be quick.
You promise?
I
You'll be
promise
quick.
you.
All right.
I promise.
I don't know about that. but go
Actually,
ahead.
I had it also in my notes, and since you brought it up, we do have a lot of Title I families, and so I wanted to know if part of your team can support the students in applying for grants and scholarships. Is that part of your programming that you're anticipating? Yes. Okay, would it be one dedicated staff member, or would it be across the board?
Well, the 11th and 12th grade team would for sure focus during that second semester, not only that decision-making process, the financial aid process, but also the scholarship process, right? Tomorrow night, in partnership with our school counselors and admin, we're hosting our scholarship night, but that would be that 11th and 12th grade team. In the fall, really hitting home on the application process, essay writing. In the spring, decision-making and scholarship finding.
Okay, and then that was my next question, was help on the essays and the Common App. That's part of all of this?
Yes.
Okay, was
Thank
it quick?
you. Okay, now, yes, thank you. All right. Now, what do you want from us, Mr. Seaman?
What's the next?
What's the next step you want?
Because we have 3 days left of school, I just need the thumbs up or the approval.
So I
would
will
like
poll
to-
the board and see if they are in agreement with it, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart, are you in favor of this?
May I ask one more quick question? Please?
Yes.
Quick.
Athletics is obviously something that we've been talking a lot about. Are we able to entertain in the acquisition of these people, if we are hiring outside, someone who understands the 4-year college pathway when it comes to athletics? Not only just someone who understands the academic side of things, but there are so many opportunities through the athletic pathway that might not meet the same criteria as someone who's looking to get into, you know, a traditional, more educational-minded school.
Our swimmer was here.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, like
scholarship
for
to
instance, there,
ASU.
like someone who really understands and is really going out there finding those openings for kids that might not have the grades for Harvard, but can swim a lap and a great school wants them.
Absolutely. No, 100%. And when we were talking about that specialty area, that's exactly one of the areas. As a former student athlete myself, it was my school counselor that helped me find those opportunities and explore those opportunities. And so absolutely partnering not only with, you know, our athletic director too, early on, these teams working and finding and highlighting those athletes and making sure that they have the attention and care that they need to cultivate relationships external to our community so they get those offers as well. So yes, great point.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to pose now. Mr. Javidad.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Mrs. Cherry.
Yes, and if you find a fourth rock star, will you let us know, please?
Yes, I will. You know I will.
Thank you.
I'm approving 3. All right.
Yes, and I'd approve 5.
Yeah, 4 to 5 is fine with me. I approve it, yes.
Okay, so you have your direction, and you may go ahead and proceed.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to be talking about the dual immersion Spanish program. I have some questions about that, which I will have to wait on. The dual immersion Spanish program is next, and I would like to go ahead with Mr. Seaman again.
Yep, sorry.
As I recall, Mr. Seaman, when we last met, you were going to put out a flyer, a survey about the number of parents who might be interested in that, and I understand it was overwhelming. That presents a problem for me in the terms of staffing, but I'm ready to hear what you have to say.
Excellent. Good evening again. Thank you very much for the last presentation. I'm going to hit this one quick. So ultimately, I want to thank Dr. Chernis for being a thought partner, bringing the concept, looking at our current staffing, and looking at our current structure within the community and hearing from our community stakeholders. So ultimately, this what this proposal is talking about is the Dual Language Academy. Basically, the DLA is what we're looking at to be able to expand. What is dual immersion itself? Really what we're looking at, you guys, is just building that fluency and that bilingual student within our community. We want to build off the research around what a dual immersion program already does, is just being able to teach our kids more effective communication skills, higher levels of achievement coming out when building dual language as early as kindergarten. They have the data that supports better academic performance. They're able to think outside of the box, be a little bit more creative thinking. I'm going to keep going. We're looking at a one-way versus a two-way. Right now on our campuses, one-way would be the model that fits the best. We do actually have some photos from Dr. Stern that she shared with us later in the presentation of what a one-way classroom would look like. Why Spanish? People have asked that question initially. Second most used language, not only in California, second most used language in the nation. It doesn't cost us at any cost for additional instructional materials. All of our current adopted, even our new math instruction, already come in Spanish language. So it would be just when we're ordering in our current order, in our current quotes, we would swap out one class set for Spanish versus utilizing the English set. So that's a great thing. We're not going into a textbook adoption realm. This program is, we already have our curriculum set. We're just asking for the Spanish version of it. In addition, it's a great natural pathway. Most of our students, the majority of our students take Spanish both in BV and BHHS if you look at the comparative numbers as far as the pathway goes. So ultimately, with that one way, you know, we're looking at a 90-10 split in kindergarten, and you're going to see the natural progression of a dual immersion structure where it gets up to 50-50 by the time they go into middle school. The cool part here, and this is why I geek out, and I'm going to geek out on this slide really, is by 2030, I always like to back plan, our middle school, which we talked about as we offered world language in the middle school for the high school, our middle school is now going to get a totally different kid. What does that look like for our Spanish teachers when they receive those kids that are coming out of the dual immersion program? What does that look like for our 6th grade English teachers? What does that look like? And so prepping, we have 4 years time to prep also our middle school, because it will be an instructional shift for those that start the program this year in kinder or in first and move through the next 4 years. And by 2029, we'll have a K-5 program. What does that mean when they hit Bulldog Nation with, Principal Waters? So that's a cool problem to have, right? Investigating, looking, going to other school sites, seeing what's working in other communities. Our surrounding districts already do have very robust dual immersion programs. We can go directly across the street to Culver City, and they've had a dual immersion program for multiple years. And it's a lottery system to get into that space, because a lot of the families want to go to that dual immersion school. Right now, when we get to, I already talked about the curriculum piece. I'm going to keep flying. There's a Q&A for you, commonly asked questions for those that are home viewing. Here's the data that Mrs. Marcus was kind of talking about. Again, preliminary data. What we want to do, though, is next steps. Ultimately, we're talking about that kinder first grade, really looking at those foundational levels to kick this off and pilot for next year. That's talking about 65 at this current level. There's been numerous requests for us to have informational meetings, further town halls, and so that's where this next steps piece
Dr.
comes
Seaman,
in.
can we go back there
Yeah.
real quick? I just want to be clear. The proposal that you see before you is currently 1 K and 1 first grade at each school. Now, that does not mean we're hiring 4 new teachers. And so, Dr. Seaman, can you speak to why we wouldn't hire, well, we would be, but it wouldn't be an additional 4 from our current staffing?
Correct. In our current landscape right now, with our current level of retirees, we always knew that we were going to replace all of our elementary teachers. Some of the secondary positions from that retiree we were not replacing, we did not need to fill. The elementary space, we are still in that process of filling those positions, and so we do have those spaces available for us to fill now and post for somebody that's a early elementary educator with a BCLAD or a Spanish-speaking teacher. So this is kind of the perfect timing for us, where we have the availability based off retirement, and so now we have the opportunity to be able to onboard Spanish-speaking teachers for this program.
Well, the thing I'm concerned about is that, and I'm for this, it doesn't matter, but when you're taking 12 kids at El Rodeo and 18 kids from Horace Mann out of the first grade or the kindergarten school, you're lowering the class. How are you going to adjust? I know what you're saying about the teachers and everything, that we don't have to have, but we are changing the makeup of the classes, and then who gets into the class and so on, like it's almost like a lottery that will have to be. I don't want to take the time now to question those questions. We can talk about them later, but these are some of the issues that I
Yes, and we'll obviously cap them at 20, and it'll just be one of the 5 El Rodeo kindergarten classes, so it won't be an extra. It'll be, this year we have 5 K classes, 20 to 1. Next year we have
reshuffling.
Next year we have 5 K classes, 20 to 1. One of them just happens to be a bilingual class.
Okay, all right. In other words, it's reshuffling, so there'll still be the same number of the kids in the class, in their spread out. Okay, I needed that. Okay.
And just, I think these are some important things too, just from a community, if I can just throw these out there. So for those that didn't read it, we want to, next steps, hold a town hall and be able to answer those questions. What would it look like for my kinder and first grade? What are my expectations as a parent? What does the curriculum look like, so they can see the comparison between the Spanish and the English? We would, just like we have in our earlier grades, an instructional assistant too, that we're seeking to speak Spanish. So, and those are, again, not additional FTEs. We do have some retirees and some people that aren't returning in the IA arena. So we're looking at how can we shuffle, it's a Sudoku puzzle. It always is every year, master scheduling. And unfortunately, we may even hire some people that may not still be here by the time the fall opens. But we do have the current space. I do believe that those numbers will increase. If you saw the number of emails I received from the community, I apologize that I haven't been able to answer them all yet, but we're getting to them around dual immersion, knowing that we'll have a town hall coming up, that we can answer more specific questions. I think that we'll see an increase. And then when we see an increase, we start to work through criteria. We'll start to build criteria that we'll discuss with the board around placement into the program. We want kids with consistent attendance. We want kids that are also engaged, right? We want kids that are going to not be fearful of speaking. We want some teacher recommendations too as part of this process. So.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's quickly go around the horn here and get some input from some of our board members.
So I have a question for those students who, let's say, for the Spanish class, start taking it in elementary school, and then in the middle school they excel even more, and then by the high school time they can start taking Spanish 4 or AP Spanish, or yeah, same with any other language. And they can start that like their freshman year, they can even go to that. But let's say a student also doesn't take any Spanish classes or any language class throughout elementary and high school, elementary and middle school, but then high school they want to start taking it. Are they going to still have the opportunity to take like the beginners, like the intro like language class?
Absolutely. Our 612 pathways won't change. Again, because this isn't all. It may be 1, 2 sections, potentially maybe 3 or 4 in the future as we grow the program. Those students have early access to our serial biliteracy. This is a great thing for blue ribbon schools, for the way that we rank U.S. News and World Report. It also, you'll see our data in the LCAP. So right now, our seal of biliteracy, 30 seniors will graduate with the seal of biliteracy, demonstrating that either through an AP exam, through their completion of either French, Hebrew, or Spanish, that they qualify as being biliterate. We can get students earlier to qualify for that through the dual immersion program. And then like Ms. Manicherry stated, once they receive it in Spanish, they can go and take a different language even. Yeah, so they may be in the dual immersion program until 8th grade, let's say, and then pick up Hebrew or French as a freshman in BHHS.
Okay.
And speak multiple languages is our goal, really.
We'll do Mandarin by then.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Stewart.
I think people forget that California, I believe, is 38% Spanish speaking as a state. Yeah. So having the ability to speak Spanish at a rudimentary level, I think, is almost crucial. I wish I could speak Spanish better. So definitely, I know there's been a lot of other languages discussed, but I think this one is the core, especially for where we live. So I agree with it, and again, I appreciate the thorough presentation as always.
Mrs. Manicherry.
Thank you. I think this is the most exciting, phenomenal, amazing board meeting I have attended in the last 2.5 years. And I thank you, Dr. Chernus, and I thank you, Dr. Seaman, for bringing us yet another spectacular program, really. This sounds amazing. I have received some mixed reviews from the parents, not bad, mostly either super excited or just not sure what to think. And so I'm really grateful that you're going to take the time to do a town hall. My 2 questions are, for the 90-10% or the 80-20, 70-30, does the 10% piece consist of?
Yeah,
is it math or English?
Mostly directional instruction, obviously like classroom management, lining up, restrooms, those types of things, even though
the universal.
Yep.
Okay.
Dr. Stern also shared, I got excited and exited my presentation, but when I reposted it, and I'm going to ask if I can resume.
I'll show, it will explain a lot.
Yeah, was able to capture photos for us of a dual immersion program.
Mm-hmm.
So if you ask me the next question
sure.
while I boot back up.
No worries.
I'm gonna
then also,
jump back on.
I do think that eventually we're going to have more demand than we do spots. And so just curious to know, looking ahead, how can we implement an objective process? Like, for right now, my understanding is you sent out the survey, so whoever responded positively to the survey is first in line, right? That's how it goes. But then in the future, if we get more than the 20, would we say, okay, we have to go to lottery? I just want things to be done, in a uniform way where the parents can rely.
Right, so
on it.
we'll lay that out on, during the information night. But basically, the survey had nothing to do with enrollment, right?
It was just
Dr.
interest,
Seaman?
general
So
interest.
we will have a survey or an actual enrollment opt-in window,
Okay.
right? And then we will have to list the criteria, which hopefully we'll bring to the board shortly, on how we're going to select should there be more demand than availability.
Okay, so good thing I asked.
Yes.
So that means that nobody's registered,
Nobody's registered.
irrespective of their survey response.
Yes, and it could be a lottery if it's more demand than
Okay.
availability.
Okay, beautiful. I wholeheartedly support this. I believe this is another game changer for our district, and I think the parents are going to see what amazing opportunities lie ahead for our students. One thing I want to say is I did get a few comments from parents who have concerns that, hey, well, we're not necessarily getting the basics yet for our students. And what I would say to those parents is this is a board and a leadership team that can walk, chew gum, sing, and talk on the phone at the same time. And please trust us and grant us the opportunity to prove ourselves to you. And so of course, new things can be exciting and new things can be scary, but with that said, we have to be brave enough to try new things. And we are a small enough school district and a small enough community that should there be any glitch, we can immediately remedy it. And so I don't want the concerns to outweigh the excitement, the enthusiasm, and the open-heartedness.
Thank you. Mrs. Sabag?
Yes, so I'm super, super excited. We just discussed this on the agenda last board meeting when I brought it that we need to have a language in the elementary. So within 2 weeks, not only did you take it very seriously, Dr. Chernis and Dr. Seaman, you actually made a whole program. You put out a survey within 2 weeks. This is what I love, and this is how we move rapidly and we get to where we need to be. In regards to parents, if they have any concerns, when a student, and you're probably going to have it in the town hall, when they learn another language, their cognitive brains develop so fast that it sweeps everything else that they're learning. They will be able to be like a sponge and grasp everything. And what I love, love, love about the idea of the dual immersion program is that it's starting out slow. So you're starting with the kindergarten, and it's not going to be in the first, second, third, and fifth. It's starting out with the kindergarten, taking the students, K&1, taking the students gradually through, and they will end up in 5th grade, 50% English, 50% Spanish. This is fantastic. English is not the #1 language in the world as we think it is. It's the #1 business language in the world, but Spanish is the #1 language in the world. And it's everywhere. So this is really exciting. This is fantastic. And I want to thank you both so much for working hard and getting this done. Thank you.
Dr. Stern.
Yeah. A little presentation here. Okay, so I went to visit a class in Glendale that is actually doing this. And so I thought, oh, I have to take pictures of this. This is very exciting. So these are first graders, I believe. And so it was really cool. Actually, I should do this in Spanish because I was a bilingual student. Okay, let's see. Yeah, see. Era un alumna de esta clase de bilingual y este es un clase del tercer grado y aquí viene un calendario. So here you see a calendar and then in the bottom right you see posters of feelings, so carteles sobre los sentimientos. And then on the left, you see pollitos, which are little chicks. And you see the cycle of life. And because the kids are so interested in this whole thing, of course, there's like these little chickens that stink, but they're like running around. And everyone's so excited that it's really easy for them to remember these vocabulary words because it's so hands-on. So I thought this was such a great example. And actually, I noticed too that a group of kids in there were actually speaking Spanish to each other, and they weren't necessarily Latino students, but they just were so comfortable with it that they were enjoying it. So this was John Muir School, but in Glendale, there are schools that have Korean bilingual, they have French, they have German, Japanese, and it's really wonderful. I think Spanish is the most approachable and easy. There, you know, it sounds a lot. There's a lot of words that sound like English, so that's good. I mean, I will say that like for some of the hard, like Japanese and German, those are a little harder, and not every kid is. You know, some kids it's hard for them, like a lot harder than it should be. But I think Spanish is very approachable, and it was great to capture this.
Dr. Turnus, did you want to add something? Okay. Turn it off. In this I love. There's so much the logistics have been answered for me. I'm concerned if a child gets in kindergarten or first grade. Are you expecting that child will then continue all the way through, or they can drop out if they don't like it anymore? I'm wondering about that possibility because it could change the number of kids in the class. In adding new kids, let's say at 4th and 5th grade, you can't do that at that point. So that would present a problem, I would think. And I'm sure that, I'm hoping that if they make a commitment, then they make a commitment that would be something you'd have to consider when you talk about the program at a parent meeting for that. And I like the idea, it's not going to cost us any money. The books already, we have so many adoptions where we get the Spanish version, whether we just didn't take it yet, but we can get it. So that's wonderful. And it's not going to need another classroom because it's just going to be evening things out. And there won't be a need for another teacher. I'm looking at all of the other problems that could be associated with this program. But the idea, the only concern that I would have is that when the kids come out, at 5th grade, let's say, for example, the kids in the 5th grade who have been in English all along, as opposed to the kids that have been into the Immersion program, the scores that they will have on the test, will they be as strong? And that would be something that would be of interest to me. But that would be the only concern that I would have. And so I'm not opposed to this at all, and I think we should go for it. And when I first heard it, I must tell you, Mrs. Sabag, when you mentioned in foreign language, this was not the way I had envisioned it. I had envisioned it a class at each grade level for 20 minutes a day or something like that. This was totally not on my radar, and it really made a difference to hear it like this, because I remember it from the days when I was teaching at Horace Mann, and so on. That's not what it was. So I just want people to know this is not the same program that existed way back when. I think you have the direction you need. So now we can go on to the next topic, and we have two speakers for this. Well, I'm going to call on Marty Marcus, who you all know, I know, and I believe he's ceding time to Mr. Corwin, David Corwin. So if David Corwin is here.
Hi, that's correct. In light of the fact that David and I attended Hawthorne Elementary School, graduated in 1983 together, in light of the fact that David Corwin and I graduated Beverly High together in 1987, in light of the fact David Corwin and I graduated from Georgetown University together in 1991, and knowing for a fact that David cares more about Beverly Hills athletics and student athletes more than anyone, I cede my 3 minutes.
How many minutes was that?
That was 30 seconds.
Minutes to cover whatever you have to say, okay? It's nice to see you.
Good evening.
It's on, I think.
Okay.
No, is it on?
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay, great, there we go. Good evening, thank you, good to see you all. Dr. Chernus, President Marcus, and the board, thank you for a few minutes. Marty just introduced me and all my diplomas from the district, so I don't need to reiterate that. I'm here in my current role as president of the Beverly Hills Athletic Alumni Association, better known as BHAAA. Given all the talk about team uniforms the last couple of weeks, I appreciate a few minutes to tell you about BHAAA and our role on this topic. And I thank you, some of you who've given me and Stephen Fenton some time over the last couple of weeks to talk about this further. Just as background, BHAAA was formed in 2006 with an initial board of 75 alumni who all played sports at the high school. And our sole purpose from the beginning was to help fund uniform and equipment purchases for athletics at the high school at a time when the district couldn't regularly cover such expenses. To date, BHAAA has donated $947,180 to the district and has paid for almost every uniform for high school athletes for the past 18 years. We also provide 4 scholarships for graduating student athletes annually. This has all been funded by general donations from alumni and parents whose children have benefited from our involvement, which includes naming right funds that we proactively procured for the swim gym floor, the Conheim building, and the new Zachheim baseball field. While I read the proposed language on tonight's meeting agenda regarding alignment with the district's Nike partnership, I don't know that it directly pertains to us because we're not designing the uniforms or choosing the brands used. We're simply funding the requests of the athletic department. I am glad, however, that there seems to now be a commitment to collaboration among the different parties impacted by this possible partnership, because we were honestly very surprised to learn about the Nike agreement without any prior discussion with us. It's certainly not our decision to make, but proper due diligence should have been done to understand how such an arrangement could impact the primary uniform funding source, who has been us, and the selection of uniforms by the coaches and the athletic director, who know better than any of us what's necessary, required in the process for going about deciding what those decisions are. Although wearing Nike sounds good, there are some practical implications of the agreement I hope you'll review and discuss further. First, BHAAA has not spent anything close to $225,000 a year on uniform purchases, which is the threshold for benefits under the agreement. Second, the uniform provider, BSN, whom the district gets not only uniforms but a lot of equipment from and has for a long time, from what I understand, provides schools a 30 to 35% discount on apparel and rebates after a certain amount has been spent on uniforms and equipment without any brand partnership. So in that respect, it's not necessary to achieve some of the savings that this agreement could potentially achieve. Third, I've been told that custom uniforms won't count towards the Nike spending threshold and that a simple stripe or decal qualifies as custom. And fourth, Nike's notorious for being out of stock and for long lead times on their items. And when their needs, there isn't time, you can't order these things always 9 months in advance. Things come up, and we've developed a really regular cycle on replacing uniforms every 3 years, which has worked well. It doesn't mean there aren't better ways to do it, but given all these factors, I urge you to hit pause and to undertake proper due diligence before moving forward. It's my understanding the current agreement, which starts July 1st, can be terminated on 10 days' notice. And I think this gives you a great opportunity to go about your analysis the right way, to gather historical spending data, to bring the stakeholders into the discussion so you can better understand the needs of the athletic department and impact of a brand partnership, since this was not done previously. You can then determine what's truly beneficial and renegotiate with Nike and/or BSN and either redo the deal or terminate it. In the meantime, the BHAAA board will discuss what we can spend on uniforms going forward, knowing it would cost more under the Nike agreement and with uncertain expectations about how often uniforms should be replaced. It might be best for BHAAA to help the athletic department in other ways and for the district to control uniforms and to pay for them. We hope we can talk to you about how to best move forward with the shared goal of supporting athletics. Having said all that, I really want to take a moment to express our gratitude for Tim Ellis's many years of service at the athletic department. His stability, experience, perspective, and constant communication with us made it easy to support athletics with a clear process in place for uniform and equipment purchases. And together, we did a lot of good to benefit thousands of student athletes at the high school. So we thank Tim for that. Lastly, somewhat off topic, I encourage you to do more for athletics at the high school and the greater school community by elevating the athletics program. Rather than focusing on whether every uniform has a swoosh on it, be intentional about doing something meaningful and bring back some semblance of the permit program. This would raise the quality of athletics and push our student athletes to excel while giving families from outside the district the opportunity of a lifetime to attend Beverly Hills schools, which will also have a huge impact on resident students by exposing them to different perspectives. BHUSD has done a lot of great things in our 18 years, but the best has been bringing former teammates from the past 75 years together at our annual Hall of Fame events. Hearing about their experiences on how being a student athlete who lived in or out of the district impacted the course of their life because of interactions they had with one another has been incredibly insightful and rewarding, and it's very easy and within your control to replicate that, and I really encourage you to pursue to see if that's possible. Please note, BHUSD is here to assist however possible. We look forward to working with you to help athletes at the high school look and perform their best. Thank you.
Again, the next on the agenda is the approval of the first reading of an administrative regulation 1330.1 joint use agreements. And I would like to just make a comment or two about this, as I was I've spent a lot of time reading it and making comments. The one thing that I would like to point out is that this represents both a policy and regulations. And we already have a set of regulations, and this would, of course, probably replace it. But there are a lot of information in here that is about what a policy does. A policy actually sets the guidelines and it explains why. And they're also in here the regulations, which are how they're going to be carried out. So there's an intermingling in this whole document that I think needs to be readjusted for clarity, because there's both policy in it and regulations. For example, as part of our shared community, it's important to remember that the district, we deeply value the creative innovation and dedication of the PTA and so on and so forth. That's more like why we're doing it. It's not a regulation. So I personally would love to see this reworked so that it would be clearer, and that's just my personal take. I'm going to open this up for discussion around, and then I'll have some more comments later on. But right now, I am just talking about the format of it and the way it's been written. I find that I don't know, Dr. Chernis, whether you would see what I'm talking about, but I feel that this is commingling policy and regulation.
Well, is this meant to be a policy or a regulation?
That's what I'm saying.
So that's the first question. But also, Mrs. Marcus, remember when
Can we go around first and then?
Yeah.
Unless there's something that, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Remy, you want to make some statement?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Marcus, to answer your question, this is intended to be a regulation.
Huh?
This is intended to be a regulation.
Well, I find, material in here that is more policy about why we're doing it. And a policy sets, the policy has to be why. And I don't see that as separated from the regulation. It's my personal opinion, and I think that it can be done better than it is done. I'm a person who is kind of like that wants to see things specific.
Don't we already have a policy, and this is to regulate?
No, we do not have a policy.
On banners?
No, we only have, all we have right now is a regulation. If you look at our policies and regulations handbook, we do not have a policy on this. We only have regulation,
So
how it's handled.
is the regulation on, there is a regulation on page 1.
Right, that's the, we
So
don't
that's
have
the
a policy.
pre-existing, right?
Correct. So the purpose of this, the reason why we place this in regulations is because this speaks to the actual practice, right? Just like the current.
Well, I think that there needs to be some policy about that leads into it, because I think, I personally would like this, like for instance, the policy is designed to ensure that while every group can continue to express its individuality. You say in here policy, and yet you're saying that it's regulation. I think that's wrong.
Well, is there an associated policy?
No.
With the joint use agreement?
No.
There is.
No. There is only a regulation. I went back to the
You went back-
policies in our
okay.
thing. There is no policy, it's only regulation.
Okay, so let's give them a chance to confirm, and then we'll go from there.
Well, all I'm saying is that maybe we can hold off on this and let them do that.
Sure.
And then come back with this at a later time.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'll make a few suggestions as
Yeah.
well.
Also,
For example, there's another point where it says that a policy,
Okay. I just want to clarify, we have a 1330.1, that's what this is. We have a 1330, which we do have a board policy on, so that's where some
That's not
confusion.
related to this.
Exactly, so we want to make
not
sure that we're
related
talking
to
about
this. I have been
1330.1.
through it. Don't, I mean, you know what I'm like.
I just want to clarify, because I think people thought 1330, which does exist, that is not what we're
That has
talking about.
nothing to do with
We're
it.
talking
So
about 1330.1.
are you wanting for staff to take this back?
I want them to
1330
take it back, and I
Okay.
want them to redo it so that it
is
is
joint,
more,
it's joint
in my opinion.
use agreements.
A policy and a regulation that
I want
are,
a
go hand
policy,
in
yes.
hand?
Okay, yes.
Okay, well, I could go either way. What I was gonna say is, this kind of reminds me of when Dr. Stern, yourself, and I was on the board, and we did the cell phone policy. And I thought that it ended up being so effective, because we actually went line by line, and we really
Well,
reviewed the whole thing
I think
together.
this, but we were
Yeah.
doing only this, the
Yes,
policy.
but
at the-
I'm okay with that if we want to ask our
I would
staff
like that to be
to
taken back.
bifurcate.
I don't know how many of you would, I'd like it to be taken back, and I'd like it to be in a format that has a policy and a regulation of how it's going to be handled. And that's
As two
my
separate
recommendation.
items? As a sister,
Yes,
Yeah.
I think this can be more succinct to both of them.
yeah. I'm okay with requesting that staff bifurcate this into a policy and an associated regulation and bring it back to us and sift through it, or I'm more than happy to review it all together now.
Well, for example, I look at this, by doing so, your group can ensure consistency of the product. You want to ensure the consistency of the products. That's a policy. That's not a regulation. And to me, that's a policy. That's a why.
Can we ask questions? or-
If there's anyone who wants to ask questions about it, be my guest. I just feel that
So
I would like to see this done in such a way that it looks more like
A policy
and a
supported by a
regulation.
regulation.
Can I-
Yeah.
You could give it a 1330.1 and a 1330.2, or it would still be .1, it would be board policy and administrative regulation.
Okay, can I ask in regards to 1330, is that about banners? So I know there's a policy about banners.
Yeah, we actually,
I read it,
yeah,
actually.
I made a notation as well, didn't we do this one already?
I
Because-
actually
Which
read
one?
it, I just don't have
The
it in front of
banner
me.
one, we discussed that.
Well, we discussed that, if you recall, when Nushin Mishkati wanted to put up a
The
banner.
mural,
The
the
mural,
mural,
and
yeah.
we discussed it at that time.
That's what you're currently looking at. Banners is what we currently have under 1330.1.
Yes.
Regulation.
Yeah, and that's the one that's part of this.
This is just revised.
But Dr.
No, but it
Chernus,
wasn't revi-
what
it
threw
was
me
never
off is the
revised
date on
according-
this one.
2010.
Because it's dated 2010.
What is
And
2010?
He's just,
Remember,
this is just
we
a
had the One of My
revision
Freedom
of
proposal.
the existing. This is an existing
But this is what they want,
regulation.
yeah, but they want to replace it with one that includes policy and regulations.
Are you revising the existing? Is that's what's
There's
happening?
no revisions to what you see currently
What's in
under
red is their revision.
1330.1. What we did is we added the entire new language
To be added,
to be added.
and that's the revision.
And that was our determination of where to put this. Because we're already talking in this policy, in this regulation around banners, murals. Now, it doesn't fit exactly, but we couldn't find one that fit exactly into this. So what we tried to do is we tried to find an existing regulation and/or policy where we could put this. And so that was our thought, is let's put it into this. If we go back and if we're now talking about developing a policy and a regulation, we will have to see if this is the best place for it, or if we'll need to create a brand new one.
Okay.
I can go either way. I'm happy, if you want, we can still go through it together and provide feedback.
I prefer that we, well, just
I
my,
mean, I'm easy on it.
I would like to see it go back. I don't know, can I,
Do you
Mr.
mind? Are you, Mrs. Marcus is proposing a bifurcation.
I'm totally fine with it.
Okay. So we don't have a
Mrs.
motion
Sabat?
on the floor.
We do not have a motion.
Okay, I think that it's detailing the regulation. I have no problem going ahead with it, because it's giving details, but if it needs to be changed, like the wording, then I understand that.
So we can go back, we'll work on it and bring it back with a
I'd
policy
be
and a
happy to work
regulation.
on it with you if you want, but
Okay.
I think that
Great.
would follow more.
Can I just make one comment?
Yes.
The term brand assets is capitalized, but it's not defined. And I would say that that probably would be the crux of the whole regulation, is how are we defining brand assets or the equivalent? Thank you. Okay, so see you in 2 weeks
Oh, no, we're not finished yet. We have more to go.
on this one.
Yes. Ta-da! I'm anxious to hear the last report.
I'm just
I'm
waiting.
gonna miss them.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna miss making them. Yeah. Okay. So, we've had a lot of senior activities this last month of high school. We've had our senior week, our treats giving to the seniors, our senior pennant party, which I'll show photos of, our prom, department awards, grad night, which was just last Thursday on the last day of school for seniors. And tomorrow is our senior scholarships, and the day after is senior sunset, and then finally this Friday at 9 a.m. is our senior graduation. We also had the Quest Awards just last week, last Tuesday, and it's where like the athletic awards, where students are appreciated for all their commitment to sports, and those who are recognized were primarily those who spent 4 years in 4 years in athletics and doing different athletics, and also there was people awarded Hall of Fame athlete or Outstanding Athlete of the Year. It was mostly seniors for this event, but there was also juniors, sophomores, freshmen, a group of them. But mostly the seniors were recognized for a lot more and other awards. There was also the fashion design exhibit for 2025, and here are some photos of the different designs students were able to make. Boys baseball won their CIF, the California, it's basically the playoffs for athletics. Like we saw today also, we recognize the CIF finalists in swimming and diving. The one on the left's name is Harrison, and the one on the right is Beckett. And I had the fortune of playing with them when I was in swim, and also Harrison did water polo for a year or two with me, and I was able to see how great of athletes they are, and I know they'll go very far, and I can't wait to even see them hopefully on the big screen. We also, like I said, have Senior Sunset coming up, which is on Thursday. And there's also going to be a senior brunch in the morning of that day, and where students are going to come for graduation rehearsal. There'll also be lunch provided by, I believe, PTA. And the sunset is where students are able to bring their yearbooks, get it signed from other seniors, just enjoy the time. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be a surprise guest speaker who will make students very emotional, I heard. We also had the pennant party, like I said, and here are some photos. PTA was able to bring sandwiches for the students or the seniors, and everyone had a great time. They decorated so much, balloons, water, and all this different pennants and different things you can put on the pennant, and it was just a great time for everyone. There was also Staff Appreciation Week, and you can see some of those staff that were recognized, or all staff were recognized, but we also had different events going on throughout the school and on our Norman Connection and update recognizing those staff members. At BVMS, the annual BVMS art exhibit was held, which showcased a wide variety of creative and inspiring work by the talented BVMS students. Here are some more photos of really really crazy art. You could see like the water or the Pocky or the M&M box. Like it all looks so realistic. It's crazy how they're able to make these designs so well. BVMS was invited by the Engineering Society of UCLA to participate in a student day at the UCLA campus on Wednesday, April 16th. The students learned about all kinds of different engineering fields through hands-on activities and interactive exhibits, all hosted by UCLA engineering students. So I also recall from last time, or my last presentation, some students were able to go to USC and visit USC, and now it's cool to see now they were able to see UCLA. And it's really taking advantage of the opportunities we have being in LA and being able to see the different colleges, and just while they're in middle school, they're able to see this, so they know if they're going to like this school as well. When they go into high school, they know if they want to target that school to reach. Spring has been filled with events for Wellness Wednesday in Bulldog Aid. Students have been invited to participate in anxiety-reducing crafts like building their own journals, making their own candles, and designing their own tote bags, as well as being invited to join the Wellness Center for educational workshops and stress-reducing stress events like the annual puppy party, a grief workshop, and a gratitude journaling tutorial. And I also know at Beverly we also have those puppy parties where they bring puppies for a de-stress week, and students can really de-stress during finals week and not be so scared for finals and so stressed. That's why it's called a de-stress week. And here are some more photos. The class of 2025 for BVMS 8th graders took their annual panoramic picture, bringing them one step closer to graduation. And you can see how great the 25 turned out. BVMS students celebrated Cinco de Mayo, and here are some photos. And their Spanish trip. And BVMS students were nominated by their teachers to receive the Student Spotlight Award, and PTA provided lunch for those students and teachers. So really it just makes students really want to achieve their best and do their best. So kind of like incentives, like we said, for the CAS scores that we did, but in this case it's for Spotlight. And it just makes students want to try harder and showcase all that they can do and are acknowledged for what they do. The BVMS musical theater students performed The Addams Family this week, like Ms. Marcus said, how it was an outstanding performance. BVMS sixth grader Kimmy Gong made history at the 2025 VEX Robotics World Championship, one of the largest and most prestigious robotic competitions in the world. Competing in the VEX V5 RC Middle School Division, Kimmy and his team claimed the ultimate prize, World Champions. And here are some photos. Yeah, this is exactly why pathways are important. And also BVMS band and orchestra students performed a summer pops concert showcasing popular music such as Wicked, Phantom of the Opera, and even Chappell Roan. And BVMS held their Schools to Watch designation pep rally celebration on May 21st. And here are some photos from that. Here are some photos from El Rodeo of the Cardboard Arcade, Kinder and Marker Space, and Art in TK. And there's even some more. Miss Walker and Mrs. Huang took the fifth grade students to Knott's Berry Farm, and here are some photos from Horseman. And there was a petting zoo for the Prime and TK students. There are some photos. Here are some crazy hair day photos. Walk to school Wednesday at Horseman. And you can see there's a bunch of snacks for those students when they arrived after the walk they had to school. And just to remind everyone, there's graduation for all not just high school, but there's also elementary graduation and BV graduation. Fifth grade graduation for El Rodeo, and El Rodeo is on Wednesday, May 28th at 11 a.m. and Horseman's Wednesday, May 28th at 1:45 p.m. While 8th grade graduation is on Thursday, May 29th at 4 p.m. And then BHHS and MHS graduation on Friday at 9 a.m. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know I don't have to give my report now because he just gave my report for me of everything that I had done.
Right.
So Remy, I'm gonna hire you as soon as you graduate to make all of my slide decks for anything I'm ever gonna do in the future. I'm just so impressed with you. I'm gonna miss you tremendously. Your professionalism, your attention to detail, your love and passion for what you want to report and what you do is just a testament to, like what Dr. Chern has said, you were going to be great anyway, but you're just an incredible human being, and these presentations every 2 weeks just shows how much that you want to showcase the greatness of our school district and our kids, and I just want to thank you from them on how much that you highlight their greatness every single week, and I'm gonna miss you, brother.
I'll miss you too. Thank you.
Thank you, Remy. That's it.
So Remy, thank you for highlighting everything and doing an amazing report as usual. I want to ask you, as a student board member, what did you receive from being a student board member? Is it everything you thought it would be? Is it different? What did you expect before you came to the board?
I was going to share some remarks also at the end with the comments, but I wanted to say that, or I would say that I expected a lot, but this was a lot more than I even anticipated, but not in a bad way, in a great way. And it's a bittersweet moment. Like, I'm gonna miss this a lot. I've loved every time I've come up here, no matter how long the meetings were. I always was engaged in them, and I really enjoyed it. And I was able to learn to share my voice and represent the voices of others, and how no one should be left behind. And that's what we do here on this board. How we always want to make sure everyone's voice is heard, and how they really matter, and we're trying to do everything we can in our power to help them. And I really saw that when I brought up the CASP incentive, and we were able to actually put that forth. And even before I came as board member, the last board member, I gave an idea about vending machines and how students want more vending machines, and she offered that opinion, and I know that got instituted too. And a lot more different ideas, and it just shows once you say something, you do something, it can be done, and your voice is never unheard. You should always go out there and use your voice, because it's powerful, and it's taught me to be a great leader and a better leader.
And you made a huge difference, right?
Thank you.
Barry, I like that question that you asked. You were so intelligent and quiet and peaceful, and I really liked everything that you shared. Very exciting. I like seeing all the different aspects with the seniors, and that you were a part of that, and that's great. And I just hope that you inspire the next person who's going to do it next year. So thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to know one thing. Did you talk to your replacement yet and tell her what? She's got big shoes to fill, you know. I have to tell you, I don't know how she's going to do it, but you left a big, big void for me. So she's got a lot to do to fill it. But I just wondered if you warned her about.
Yeah, I've tried telling her to start getting ready and coming to meetings, so she knows what is happening and what you have to do.
Okay, you forewarned her about everything. Okay.
I told her it's a fun experience.
Well, I just hope that when you come back year in, year out, and at other times, that we get to see you and know how well you're doing. I want to wish you all the best at USC, and I just want you to know that you have been an outstanding member of the board for the year. And I know I'm speaking for everybody. We thought that you just did a fantastic job. And we're going to miss you.
Thank you. I'll miss you all too. But I won't be far. I'll come visit a lot.
I'm lucky you're not going to Minnesota. Nobody goes to Minnesota that graduates from high school. You know, there's one Minnesota pennant on that wall. Not one. I see Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois, Indiana. Never have I seen a Minnesota.
You should make the Miss Marcus Minnesota scholarship.
Yeah, I should offer the Minnesota, yeah. Maybe I will do that one day.
Okay.
I
have not seen a golden gopher.
Never have seen a golden gopher. I mean, they don't know what a gopher looks like.
Too cold.
In the midsummer, it's gorgeous. The lakes, can't beat it. So now for Mr. Superintendent, your turn.
Okay, thank you, President Marcus. It's been an exciting time the last few weeks. I'm very much looking forward to our students' promotions starting tomorrow and our graduations coming up. We had a great time at the art show and the Horseman Carnival. Horseman is such a great community school, and they have their own character, and I love it. And people that go there are so proud of their school. And I got to meet so many parents, came up and they discussed all kinds of things, from the upcoming Knott's trip, to which I'm very glad we were able to successfully pull off, to the STEM programs, to middle school and what that's going to look like. So going to those kind of events for me is a great way to engage with our parent community and really hear from them. And and I got to bring my kids, so it was a great time. My only complaint is next year I want to spend more time at the art show, because that was outstanding, and I know PTA had a booth there, and what a great community event that was. Moment of unity at city council meeting. So just having our students, one of the great things about our city is our kids get to interact with the council and vice versa. And so having council members at our events, having kids go to city council meetings is just a great opportunity. We did have our high school department awards, and coming up this week is another event, which is our scholarships, our high school scholarship awards. And we had a great pep rally at BVMS, which we had some board members come and join us, and as we wished good luck to our soccer players who went off and gave it their best. So it was a great opportunity again to see so many different students and staff. And then of course we had our retiree celebration, and I got to say au revoir to so many of our great dedicated professionals, including Kenny, who I hired as a custodian 20 years ago. Wow. So it was pretty cool to see him for the first time and wish him the. So we've done quite a bit of security enhancements, and we're going to show you a video. This is a camera that we have on what's the name of the building? The 10,000 building, which when I was in Beverly Hills prior, they hadn't built it yet at one point. They were talking about building this. Wow. And we are very lucky because we have cameras on this building that are the envy of even our city partners. And so we have video to show, I believe.
I know. Who is that? Cole.
So the fact that we have
seasick up there.
the power to see across the city, it's just a snapshot of where we're going as a school district. I've never seen a district ever that has the number of feeds we have, the capabilities we have on security, on student safety. We get Titan alerts sometimes at 1:30 in the morning, based on our internet feed on what students, if they're Googling things that are troubling. I've never seen a level of safety as we have here, and all we're doing as a school board and a district is talking about how can we make it even better, and so that's really exciting. We have summer activities coming up, both district and through our city, so registration is open now from June 2nd to June 27th. Please take advantage of it. We have city programs going on at the middle school and at El Rodeo School, and so it's a lot of fun. And our district hosts the Regional Multilingual Learner Community of Practice, which was a great opportunity to meet a lot of our administrators from all around the South Bay, and we hosted that here, and Dr. Seaman led that, and we learn a lot from that, especially as we get ready to launch our own DLA program here. I mentioned graduation and promotion, so tomorrow we have El Rodeo and Horace Mann, so we're very excited to come out and celebrate our students. And then BVMS will be Thursday, and then of course our high school will be this Friday. And that concludes my report. Oh, and I'm, I believe, over 300 followers on Instagram. So I'm on the way towards that blue check as we speak.
Well, they're young. Yeah, they're young. But that's pretty quick. That's great. Yeah. Look at that.
Any, Remy, any comment, Remy?
I wanted to say such a great report, and it's really amazing how much security we have. And like you said, we have so many things happening at BHUSD and so many new things that you don't see at other schools. And it sometimes goes unrecognized, but I'm happy to see that we are recognizing it so other people do. So what a great report, and keep doing what you're doing.
I'll save my comments for my own things about you.
Thank you. No comment. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for your amazing presentation, but I would like to highlight where you were, no, for him, for Dr. Chernus. I'm talking about his presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
I thought you were doing your report.
So I would like, no, not my report yet. I would like to highlight Dr. Chernus, that Dr. Chernus saved the day for Horace Mann. You are being very, what is the word that I'm looking for? The Horace Mann, humble, yes, thank you. Horace Mann they were going to cancel the Knott's Berry Farm trip, not because of the students, but because of a different reason. Dr. Chernus put the students first, made them number one, worked really, really fast, got the buses together, got the communication together, got the families together, got the chaperones together, all by himself. And for that, I congratulate you. My hat's off to you. I appreciate you, and I thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Loved your report. I loved how you talked about security. That is something that is always very important to all of us. I love in general how you are a very calm, even-keeled guy. And from speaking to you, I know how intelligent you are, and you're a really good package these days. Thank you.
And I just want to iterate all the comments that were made. It's been wonderful having you with us so far. I think you've been doing a fantastic job. And getting your feet wet, you really are up to here with everything that you've been doing. I mean, it's not been a small task for you, and you've been doing a great job. And I would like to just echo what I said to you the other day. I was so happy how you saved the Horace Mann trip, and I was so pleased to see that. And it shows your dedication and your love of the students, and thank you very much. And so now we can go around the horn, and you can give your student report or your final report if you have one.
I just wanted to thank you all for your unwavering support and guidance throughout my journey as a student board member. This experience has been transformative, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to serve alongside each of you. I have not only learned a great deal, but also grown into a stronger and more confident leader by observing your dedication and leadership. From Dr. Stern, who I got to see as president, and Ms. Marcus, who's now president, Ms. Manucheri, who is the vice president, and how Mr. Stewart and Ms. Sabag both came in and took charge right away. I was able to see how powerful you guys all are, and even more powerful when you are together to make sure every student gets what they deserve. This role has taught me the importance of ensuring that every voice is heard, like I said before. It has been an honor to share my voice, represent the voices of students across the district, and amplify their concerns and ideas. Serving in this position has been a truly rewarding experience, and I hope that my contributions have made a positive impact on the district. I'm incredibly thankful for the kindness, encouragement, and warm welcome I received from each of you. You have made me feel valued and appreciated every step of the way, and I'm looking forward to sitting on the stage with you all at graduation.
Mr. Stewart?
Wow. I want to begin by echoing Ms. Sabag's statement about Dr. Chernus. I just want to point out that if you ever get an email from Dr. Chernus, his little tagline says "putting kids first" in his email signature. That act of what happened at Horace Mann could not have been more of a staple of exactly what that statement meant. When I spoke to you that morning, or I guess it was the night before, and you told me what happened or what was planning, possibly going to happen, and you just sprung into action and said, there's no way I'm gonna let these kids down. And to watch that really made me understand how special of a human being that you are, and how grateful I am that you are our superintendent. On a lighter note, the Horace Mann Carnival, my daughter had the greatest time playing with your daughter and going on some rides. So thank you very much. I hope you bring your kids up more often. They were absolutely phenomenal. And I want to thank Beverly Hills PD School Resource Officer Dave Rudy for being brave enough to go on a ride with me. So that was very nice of him too. But yeah, just a phenomenal event. I was so impressed. The PTA did such an incredible job. And having been to Disneyland just a few weeks ago, I thought that was just as fun and much cheaper. Or at least for me. Moving on to, I had the opportunity to make my first presentation to the Health and Safety Commission. Thank you, Mrs. Marcus, for allowing me to step into that role. It was a phenomenal time. It was not only great to present, but it was great to inform the city on the health and safety measures that we are working on. I discussed the 10,000 building, some of the successes of our security systems. We showed a video of the gentleman who jumped over the fence, and our audible warning system kicked in, and we also talked about some of the health initiatives that we are planning on executing, especially in some of the healthier choices of food that we are looking to make for our kids. On the 10,000 building front, I know Dr. Turnus, you showed that video. I really want to thank Sean O'Connor, who is sitting in the back there, who heads our command center. I had the opportunity of actually going up to the roof of the 10,000 building while they were installing these cameras, and watching you sweat was not pretty, but I appreciate the hard work that you put in. The fact that we have a team that's not just people that just stare at screens all day. They get dirty, they go hands-on, and they made sure that these cameras were installed properly. They got the right equipment, and as you can see by the demonstration, as we saw, the fact that you can zoom in on someone's bald spot from 3/4 of a mile away is pretty impressive, which also just shows, again, the dedication that the district has shown to our kids and our faculty's safety. I also want to thank Mrs. Marcus, Dr. Turnus, and Dr. Hasty, and I see that she has left now, but Katie Warren, for making sure that our teachers had a contract going into summer. I know that that was very important to the morale of the teachers and just the unity of the district, and I just want to thank you all for being, for acting so tirelessly to get that deal done. I also want to thank Dr. Seaman for all of your work. I think the Career Center and the dual immersion projects and pathways are so crucial. You always put in such incredible amounts of work to make sure that it is so detailed and that we understand it. And the fact that I have no questions for you on most things is just a testament to how detailed that you are. So thank you so much for that. I want to briefly talk about some of the speakers who came up and talked about the Nike agreement and BSN. I want to just make a comment that I think we're getting too hung up on logos and brands and stuff like that, which, although I know I'm leading that charge, we're talking about unity. We're talking about professionalism. We're talking about confidence. We actually had a great interview earlier with someone who were looking at a role in our district who's coming from a school district who has the same Nike and BSN agreement. And I asked him, how did that make the kids feel? And he said, when we signed that deal, the kids walked around with their chest out and they felt confident. Unfortunately, I have not seen that in our school district. In fact, I've seen literally the complete opposite. I've seen mismatched clothes, ill-fitting clothes, hand-me-down clothes, which has not been a focus on the child's well-being. And again, I don't want to say that we have not focused on kids. I'm saying that in this particular incident, or in this particular case, we have not had a focus on the professional look of especially our student athletes, and that is just the truth. And now that we are focusing on that, whether it's Nike or Adidas or Under Armour or whatever it may be, it's not about that. It's about showing the respect to the kids who want to show up, who want to train, who want to feel like they're united and as a part of a group. I got a text message from PTSA co-president Jen Pedersen, sorry Jen, kind of blanking. And they just gave the BHHS Nike sweaters to the graduates of Beverly Vista going into the high school. And she said it was an overwhelming success. The moment that they put them on, they felt like champions. This is what this is about. It's not about selling out to corporate America. It's not about, like any of that. It's about building unity. And when we talk about four-year colleges, and so many people that sat here and said, well, I think Mr. Curtis had mentioned SC. USC is a Nike school. You want to drive down the road here to UCLA? That's a Nike school too. So when we're pushing for four-year colleges, and so am I, you're going to go onto a campus which has a brand identity, which has athletic agreements, that when you walk on the campus, like my stepson who went to the University of Michigan, the moment you step on that campus, you know what the logo is and what the colors are and who the mascot is and probably who their endorsement is. It is a common thing. But instead here in Beverly Hills, we all look like we're wearing hand-me-downs. That has to change. And it's not about corporations. It's about showing the respect to our students. So I want to get off of Nike or whatever brand it is and get back on the fact that this is for the kids. It's to show the kids the respect so when they play a team sport, or even if they don't, they can have something that unifies them and gives them a feeling of professionalism. And that is exactly what that deal is really, truly about. And in closing, I just want to thank Remy again. Your contributions to this board, you've not been the student board member, you've been the 6th board member. And I truly hope that whoever is going to be your replacement sees how you did it, because to say that it's big shoes to fill is a huge understatement. Your contribution has been massive, and I've actually sat here looking to you to educate me on so many things, especially when it comes to how a student thinks. And thank you so much for everything that you've done, and please don't be a stranger.
Thank you. I am so enthused tonight I could kiss someone. And the question is, who wants to be the recipient of my affection up here? And I know that it's taken this board a little bit of time to gel. A lot has happened since January, and we've been looking in a lot of direction. To me, I like to take a step back. I think it was the March 26th meeting where we had an interim superintendent, Dr. Hasty, thank you. And we as a board, that's exactly 2 months ago. We as a board had a conversation about 3 discussion items. The first was a premier athletic program. The second was the initiation of the Enhanced College Career and Counseling Center. And the third was the licensing and the branding. And I accept that some things may have moved more quickly than some board members would have liked. And that's okay, that everybody has their opinion on the matter, and I accept that. But at the end of the day, this board has accomplished a lot in the last 2 months. And we have set a vision that puts our students first, and that's been exemplified by the superintendent that we have selected together. Thank you, Dr. Chernus. Putting our teachers first with the agreement that we signed. And next, having a vision and fulfilling our mission of excellence. And thank you, Dr. Seaman for being lockstep with us in all of those endeavors. And since the March 26th meeting till today, we have implemented the Nike program. You, Mr. Stewart, along with Dr. Hasty, have worked on securing our assets and our intellectual property that enabled us to do that. We are furthering our athletic program. The College and Career Center is happening. And this is what a board is meant to do. A board is meant to have vision. A board is meant to work together. And I'm really proud of us. And I think we have a little bit of chemistry going for us. And I look forward to the other ideas that my colleagues might be bringing forward in the next couple months to really make BHUSD the best that it can be for every student, every type of student, every type of learner. And so this is exciting in my opinion.
Thank you. Mrs. Sabat.
Yes. So I'm extremely excited about the future as well. This is our last board meeting for when school is out until, you know, the kids are graduating. So we're going to be at the graduations. I think all of us are going to be there. There's Horace Mann and El Rodeo on Wednesday, Thursday, Beverly Vista, and Friday, the high school. So that's exciting. And looking back, I went to the pep rally, which was really, really fun with Mr. Stewart, Mrs. Marcus, and Dr. Chernus. It was exciting watching Beverly Vista and watching the sports that they have there and seeing how excited the kids were. And the Adams family was amazing. Mr. Pinto did a fabulous job. Also, the Jewish club at the high school, they hosted Jewish Heritage Month. And they had, again, it was Joseph Alexander, who is 102 years old, he's amazing. As much as we can get him to speak, he's a survivor of the Holocaust. And also 95-year-old Abraham Yarden, who's experienced pre-independence. And what else? We had Memorial Day weekend, which was great. I hope everybody had a wonderful time. And everybody enjoy your summer.
Thank you.
So I didn't realize this is the last meeting before we have summer break. Okay. So last week I went to Never Again Is Now. The Mayor Nazarian's inaugural event regarding anti-Semitism, and it was really powerful and amazing. It was at the Writers Guild, and I really enjoyed that. And the only other comment I want to make is I want to thank BHAAA for giving nearly $1 million over the last 19 years, which I hadn't yet known that, and I'm just very grateful to benefactors such as that. Thank you.
I have to tell you that sometimes I go home from a meeting and I really don't feel good. I've not been a pleasant experience for me, but I would like to say that tonight was really a highlight. I thought that everything, the control, everybody waiting their turn to say things and so on, I thought it was a better controlled meeting, and I'm trying very hard to make sure that the future meetings are a lot like that. Everybody gets to say their piece. Everybody gets to voice their opinions, whatever they may be. But we are all able to not necessarily agree, but we can listen and respect other opinions. There was so much that you all took away all my report by things that you went to and so on and so forth, and that's fine, I don't care. I'd just like to say one thing about the Israeli. I was there, I went to the fashion, there was a ping pong with the ping pong tables with the special student, but you have to realize this man was 102 years old, and this group of people that were Holocaust survivors is getting to be smaller and smaller, and that hurts because this message has to keep going. And I keep thinking to myself, who's going to keep that message going when these people are no longer here. And that really was something that crossed my mind. As for graduations, I've been practicing my speeches, so you get to hear them. I'm not speaking at the elementary, though I will be there, but I am going to be doing a speech for the middle school and the high school. And I've been working on them, and I hope they're okay. So with that, I'd like to announce that the meeting is over. I'm adjourning. Our next meeting is June 10th, and I look forward to you having a wonderful 2 weeks until that time. Have a good time at the graduations and pleasant, and thank you everybody for everything.